Talia. It's a solo kill for Miru. Aja dead for the third time this game. 0-3 and 0 on the Ambessa, not having the impact that PSG wants him to have, as VKS, now with their 7,000 gold lead, now with their soul point status, Miru arrives into the fight. Desamas jumping straight on in. It's going to be 2 more kills for VKS. Maple and Betty are the only 2 left alive. Betty's going to be knocked back with another beautiful seismic shove. Trimby wants another headbutt pulled. The rest of the team isn't there. Trimby's very low. Maple at least gets 1 more, but Boal wants the last little bit of damage to take out the enemy mid laner. Boal with a hammer to his rib cage shatters Maple and finds his way through the enemy base. 1 more shield should hopefully keep him alive here, you would think. Aja's back, but he has no public execution. He can't try to stop Boal. He's shoved back again by Miru, and Aja loses 2/3 HP. It's a 9,000 gold lead. It's about to be an Otacon for VKS.
Where's this Vivo K been at Worlds? This is not the team that I expected to see here today. PSG Talon pushed Genji, pushed Hanwha Life, and it looked like VKS hadn't come alive all tournament long. But now, against the LCP 3rd seed, they are showing up in game number 1.
This is the VKS that beat 100 Thieves back in the LTA Finals weekend in Dallas. This team, when they're locked in, when they're ready to go, when they're coordinated, you said it earlier, Trimby and Miru have been playing wonderfully together so far this game, and I cannot give enough praises to Trimby's Alistar. 0-2 and 17, a part of everything but 1 kill so far in this game. Going for the dive onto Aja now, and again, it's that 1-2 punch with Miru to set it up and knock it down. The only kill Trimby hasn't been a part of was Miru solo killing Aja up in the top lane back when all the fighting was going on bottom.
These aren't punches anymore, Flowers. These are haymaker after haymaker. PSG are dropping to the floor. It's a KO.
It's a bar fight, and PSG are stuck paying the tab. VKS are gonna take a big swig of victory and push their way into the enemy base. That top lane inhibitor turret is already down. Inhibitor is the target, and that one will melt. Boal locking up Karsa, Maple, and Woody all on his own. Karsa with a defensive cyclone, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Wind becomes lightning, and lightning strikes Karsa. Desamas takes the kill, and VKS might just be looking for the end of the game. They got super minions marching down the top lane. It's not like they can take Baron yet. He's not even on the Rift for another minute and a half, so they'll turn their attention over to the mid lane inhibitor turret. That one's gonna crack. We'll see if they can take the inhibitor. There's 20 seconds on Karsa, but everybody else on PSG is alive, and VKS backs away.
You might as well go back and spend that gold, because Baron hasn't spawned, and we have 3 items on Morteus. We have a 16-stack Magi's for Miru as well. VKS are commanding this game, and not only are they beating back PSG, but they are putting down a statement that they have arrived at Worlds.
Miru has not died, 6-0-9. Morteus has not died, 7-0-11. Boal has not died, 6-0-8. The only 2 that have died are Desamas and Trimby. Desamas died in the fight that completely blew the game open for VKS, and Trimby has died twice. Well, once was kind of silly, but the other death was, again, just part of the big VKS machine.
Look, there's good deaths and then there's glorious deaths, and VKS are trending more towards the glorious.
It is a glorious game 1 for VKS indeed, as Boal jumps in behind Karsa. Miru's got plenty of damage. Woody wants the quickness, but he's quickly finding his way towards another lost team fight. Aja finally hits a public execution, but it's way too late. Betty's next to die. Boal 7 kills on the Scion leading the charge. Woody will be the final kill towards the ace. It's a triple for Morteus at the very end of the fight. 26-3. VKS will annihilate PSG in game number 1, and they are only 1 game away from moving on and staying alive at Worlds.
Holy VKS! That was sick! I mean, that was insane! I cannot believe they just dismantled PSG Talon like that!
That was incredible from VKS. For all the Brazilian fans watching, this is what they've wanted. I was reading social media these past couple of days, and the Brazilian fans were saying, I saw a few different people like, we know that it's hard to challenge for the actual crown. We're not here to win worlds, but we want to compete. We want to see that fire. We want to see you guys fight back. And here is VKS fighting back. AD, what do you got?
Let's go, Brazil! One of the biggest upsets, if not the biggest upset we had at Worlds so far. It's not so much that they beat PSG, they freaking stomped them!
They arrived to the tournament. They arrived, all right? You can make the case for 100 versus BLG, but who cares? Like, the last two games from this team was, like, barren. We didn't see anything from VKS. This one, they shoot up and just kicked ass.
I feel like some teams struggle and break under the pressure, but this is an example of a team really responding well to the pressure and showing up. And it was just great to see. Something we'd been critical of was the team fighting. It felt like didn't have the coordination there. They came in so strong. And Trimby, man, oh,
wow.
So impressive.
Trimby, unengaged champion. Historically, what he has best. Whether it's his Ragan or his Alistair, he was on every move here, working with his jungle, making things happen.
Yeah, now initially started with them looking and basically hitting a Wukong clone, so it didn't really look too good at the beginning. But as the fight went on and PSG were entertaining the fight, Trimby sees the angle.
So this re-engage, he gets the W and then the Q flash off the minion. To find this re-engage when the cooldowns are down, and again, it looked like before the fight, it was a little bit timid from VKS. This was a super confident play that came through, and they cleaned up so much on the back of that. And then this fight coming in, once again, going in with confidence.
Right when Rakan is looking for the angle, they don't let it happen for Woody. He pops ulti, they kill him right immediately. And even as they basically are able to chase down the rest of the team, what we saw was VKS basically saying, screw the side lanes, we don't need to be there for it. They showed up for the fight in the last replay. Sion was there immediately, he knew he was needed. This is just a VKS that recognized, we're gonna take a fight. They came in today ready. This is what we really wanted to see.
And that's the thing, I was wondering if they could surprise them, if they could cheese maybe. It was not about cheese, it was about perfect League of Legends, being on the map at the right time, this coordination that we haven't seen so far.
When you think about Brazilian League of Legends, you think about team fighting. And the fact that they were losing out in team fighting, especially VKS, is yes, they're good at being able to play the map within the region, but also, hell yeah, they should be able to team fight. We haven't been able to see that in the last few games. The fact that they showed it here, and they were much better than PSG, that looked strong. I felt like, yes, for 0-2 going up against HLE and Gen G, PSG as a team in team fighting looked good. No. Trimby brought out the classic Trimby Alistar, and he was everywhere. 92% kill participation.
I mean, Alistar as well as a pick where if you're not feeling confident, if you have an off game, it can be so easy to flounder on this. And he was just so locked in. You know, KP 92.3%, he was 100% for a lot of the game, and was just consistently finding and setting up these plays. He was absolutely on fire on this one.
What I think is really surprising is when you look at the trajectory for this team when they arrive at Worlds. First, they arrived late. Plan got cancelled. They couldn't get the amount of training that they wanted. They couldn't get what they wanted out of the training they got. The first few games didn't go well. How did they make it happen today?
That's a great question, because remember, Boal coming back into competitive, so there's always going to be that feeling. Mortes, a rookie player, so when you're on a stage like this and you already start out poorly, yeah, it's going to get in your head. It was great that we also got that interview with El Yoya talking about being 0-2 and behind and having the mentality to still come back, right? The mentality is there now for Vivo Cade Stars. Now going up against PSG in Game 2, I don't know what to expect.
I mean, you got so much confidence. Like, at minimum, they've gotten a great game at Worlds, which I think was all the fans really wanted, was a good performance at Worlds. They got a great game, but based on how that game went, I think PSG should be really worried right now.
But I'm actually wondering, what do we expect now? What do you have? You have flip-flops. Can we show Rasmus? Wait, these are your flip-flops.
Easy for PSG coming in today. I'm flip-flopping. I think Vivo K-Stars are going to be able to take it. Like, why not, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm with you. I believe in momentum. Right now, the momentum, I put it on VKS side.
You know, it's really cool that you're supporting the LTA team now. I would have thought you'd have come in supporting the LTA team, You know, Law came into the first series supporting the LEC team.
Yeah. You never doubted them, Raz.
Understand the tactic. Look, Laura understand the tactic. You don't get too excited for KT. I'm not getting too excited for Vivo K-Star.
You didn't get too excited for any of your team.
Hey, calm down, all right? I'm a realist here.
PSG is going to be playing on blue side here, so staying on the same side, actually. So they believe in the preparation that they had. Any priority that we want to see from them here?
Good question. I think the mentality that they have, it's so hard to get a priority gauge on this team because they're a team that wants to be able to counter pick on mid for Maple. Like the Swain pick they showed earlier on in the week was great. The Nefiri pick too. So I'm really curious as to what it's going to be. Orianna is just like the most powerful mage in the tournament. Orianna and Azir. So like, I'm probably going to expect them to do that and try and play a slower and patient game.
All right, a lot of control, a lot of lane priority maybe on the side of PSG, but it doesn't matter for now because it is VKS coming in strong in this elimination series. Brazil is here at Worlds. Let's see if they can make it happen right after this.
Brazil!
Brazil!
We can win. I'm combo.
Low, Kong is on it.
One Miro, one combo.
2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
Okay. Look our combo. Okay, Lolo.
Yeah, I don't have.
Lolo.
Come on.
Yeah,
No flash, right?
Yo, kill this.
Good,
Okay.
good. I can look.
Yeah, Lolo.
Oh.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, keep it, keep it.
Okay. No way. Okay. Let's play here. Let's
Guys, look, Park.
Okay, you want me to
I can
go.
flash.
Very good. 5 for
Look,
you can combo.
Look, Kong behind.
Yeah, no. Lolo, kill it. Nice!
VKS will annihilate PSG in game number 1.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Frost at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners. elimination best of 3. Game number 1 was staunch in the favor of Brazil's BKS as they defeated PSG from the LCP 26-3 in absolute domination, largely off the back of Trimby's Alistar engages and Miru's Talia following.
It happened so fast, Flowers. It felt like the game was like kind of even, and then next thing you knew, it was 1 team fight, 2 team fight, 3 team fight. The game is completely blowing up. And as you say, it was that combo between the Alistar and the Talia that worked so well. But even Trimby from the get-go in lane on the Alistar, putting the herd onto PSG Talon.
It was Trimby's Alistar that got them first blood down there in the 2v2. And then it was Trimby's Alistar in that mid-game, early mid-game, I should say, river team fight that looked like it was going the way of PSG, who turned it around and enabled Miru to clean everybody up. But now, we're back into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, here for game number 2 in the series. And we'll see if PSG can bounce back, because again, they're targeting these mid-lane assassin picks from Miru, the LeBlanc, the Akali. Those are out of the picture, alongside the just general OP Nico. That one's going to be kept off the table as well. Azir and Orianna also banned out by BKS. So 4 out of 5 bans so far, targeting mid lane.
Inara is still left open. So curious if we end up seeing the ban. There it is. So what do we first pick here as PSG Talon? Ban Rise already taken off the board because we played in the last game. A lot of those mid lane picks already taken away as well. So is it just going back towards something like the Vi, or what are these junglers?
Well, let's see what we get, because also 2 of the biggest junglers taken out in that previous game as well, right? Like Wukong and Xin Zhao now no longer able because of Fearless. PSG, got to get some value out of this. That's another one of those picks that is very often banned in mid lane. The Aurora locked in for Maple.
She's very strong, does well into a lot of matchups, and also then having that assassination potential and dive potential really does open up the game. We'll have to see what BKS wants to try and answer with, because I still think going for some sort of jungle lock-in here and maybe going for your support could work out relatively well, but we'll have to see what they want to go for. Like, Kiana has been a pick that has been relatively strong, but we haven't really seen Tisamus bringing that one to the table. It looks like it will just be the Annie in response. Is it going to be the Jarvan, and we just go for bare bones basics here for BKS?
Okay, VKS, they're just gonna lock the Annie. It doesn't get much simpler than a mid-lane Annie. Pretty good stuff for Engage. We know what this champion is gonna do. Tibbers for tempo in lane very often. So that's going to be Miru's play this time around. What else do we want to go for here? For the side of VKS. Whoa, that could be spicy. No,
okay.
No, we're gonna get, I was like, now hold on a second. I still do really like the Pantheon.
Yes, I think the Pantheon is a great addition here. Good setup in your mid jungle, the ability to play for side lanes at the task, and just decent team fights. So I think this is a much stronger pick. And PSG Talon, again, I'm not really sure. Because we haven't seen a huge amount of these deeper picks in the draft, what exactly you want to go for. Rumble, still going to be nice, but it does mean that for Maple, you're more than likely going towards the Jarvan. Sorry, for Karsa, going towards the Jarvan, because it is strong enabling both of the Aurora and the Rumble. But I think you just take the Jarvan. I'd be worried about the Jarvan getting banned away in this next rotation.
I'm still a bit of a Jarvan hater. I still think that the champion has not had a great showing at Worlds thus far. Last game, remember that I said Ambessa was the 2nd most played champion for Aja throughout summer. Rumble is the only one that he has more picks on. So again, it's comfort for the top laner of PSG. Varus locked in for Benny alongside the Courtney. This is his most played in summer, so it's more comfort, more of what PSG is used to.
And more of that backline access, because I believe essentially what PSG Talon want to do is poke Varus into Rumble ultimates, into Aura damage, and just cause a ruckus in the backline. Whereas VKS feels a little bit like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going for this very strong tank top, front to back, similar style to what we had in the last game. If I'm PSG Talon, I am target banning Trimby. I want the Rel gone, I want the Nautilus gone, I want nothing that can enable Trimby to continue the performance he had in game number 1.
Yeah, I think Trimby's Alistar performance in that first game was one of the best Alistars we've seen in Worlds so far, right? Like, he was constantly setting up plays, constantly hitting multi-man pulverizes that were then followed up by multi-man seismic shoves, and it was really just a beauty to watch, unless, of course, you're PSG or a PSG fan, in which case it was terrifying, and we will go ahead and see some jungle focus here from BKS, who have already locked their own jungler, so they're going to target at the pool of PSG a little bit further that Kiana removed.
I think it'll be Kiana and Jarvan, and then it's, or maybe Kiana and Vi. But either way, you're still very limited on the pool that you have available. And if I'm Vi into Ornn, Annie, Pantheon, I'm not exactly, you know, smiling as I go into that one.
Not
so
having a great time.
yeah, so I think it might be a Jarvan ban, try and force Kai'Sa to go towards, or sorry, Karsa to go towards the Vi. Because you can't really go for a Wukong, you're so AP heavy on. It's also, or sorry, the Maokai is already so AP heavy. And so, and like, not having, I was going to say, that Wukong available really hamstrings you in this sort of draft for PSG Top.
All right, last ban of the draft on the BKS side, Braum instead. Okay, so they do not want the defensive capabilities of the Braum for Woody. Bard also banned out here by PSG, so both sides missing their supports, both sides paying a little bit of respect towards the role. We'll see if PSG want to levy another ban towards that role. But like you said, Vi and Jarvan both still open. Vi, of course, not super happy about diving into the current BKS team. Jarvan has had a terrible track record so far at this event, so I can understand just being less afraid of him because of that. And there you go. It's another potential support banned away in the Poppy.
Yeah, I think now you probably take the Nautilus here for Trimby. You can round out your composition with the Kai'Sa. Struggles a little against the Varus in lane, but will be fine as you start to rotate around the map. And then if I'm PSG Talon, there is a chance maybe you try and go for something funky, like you take the Nefiri that we saw Karsa pilot already, but it means that you're heavily reliant on Woody having a strong support to be that engage tool.
Right.
I mean, you don't really have the rest of the fundamental pieces like a strong tank top laner. It does get pretty tough.
Well, we've got the big Rel engage there for Trimby. The amount of engage right now on VKS is simply insane. You've got Rel Magnet Storm, you've got Ornn Call of the Forge God, you've got Givers from Annie, and then you've got Pantheon to jump in over the top of whoever starts it off with the Grand Starfall.
Yeah, you basically just point and say, screw everyone and everything in this area in particular when this fight starts off, which I think is going to be a rough all time for PSG Talon again, because you're heavily reliant on this Leona. It could be to be that real soul tank for you, unless you want to go for like Sejuani or something for Karsa, but even then, that doesn't really fit with the composition you're trying to go for. Yeah, it's going to be the Jarvan, but Jarvan's going to melt as he goes in here.
Well, we'll see if they decide to lock it. It is really just Woody's Leona so far for the engage. Okay, Jarvan locked in for Karsa. So you've got Leona and Jarvan for your engage. Varus can obviously go for picks as well with Chains of Corruption, and then Aurora and Rumble to try to follow up here.
Okay, it's going to be the Ezreal at the end of the day. I thought they might still go for that Kai'Sa. Again, you kind of have the ability to keep yourself safe with the Killer Instinct on some of the engage tools from PSG Talon, but the Ezreal works just as well. Very strong when you hit that mid-game, able to answer for some of the damage that's coming through from PSG Talon. Crucially, can keep himself safe from both the Aurora and that Jarvan.
Exactly. Ezreal has always been known for over a decade now in League of Legends of being able to just shift out of Jarvan's ulti. Well, he can also shift out of Magic Bunny Jarvan's ulti. It's very easy to get away from the circles of doom when Flash is on your E. So Morteus just trying to make sure that he stays safe. And when you have all of this mega engage with Trimby or Boal or Miru going in to start off with these AoEs, it's very easy for Ezreal to just see it and just shoot True Shot Barrage over the top. And again, you've got just another layer of that big damage coming in for burst.
This is still a difficult one for PSG Talon. Like, I prefer what BKS are bringing to the table. And again, if BKS get on a roll, they are going to just absolutely steam through what the LCP is bringing to the table here. And for PSG Talon, they have shown strong early games. They have shown they can get leads against some of the best teams at Worlds 2025. Now they just have to see if they can do it against the Brazilian representatives.
Yeah, I said last game that when we watched PSG versus Hanwha, versus Genji, versus the top two seeds from the LCK, they achieved the feat of warfare in both games. They were first to 3 kills, even if they were not winning overall in those early games. Last game, it was VKS getting the feat of warfare. It was the Brazilian squad that was more active in the kills, and I want to see PSG have some of that same bloodthirst that we saw from them against the LCK squads. Game number 1, we had 1 kill on the board 10 minutes into the game. I'm expecting more action here in number 2. Sit there, piercing arrow from Betty at level 1. Speaking of Betty, on Varus, for his career, he is 70 wins, 38 losses. This is his most played champion by 35 games.
That's pretty damn impressive. I mean, not only the fact is how many games it's played, it's that win rate is very, very strong. And he's opting in towards that poke fires that we were talking about here, so he'll be very strong at holding on towards that mid push, enabling Aja and Maple when it comes towards sides. But also, if someone drops low, the poke that can come through from Aja and any combo that you have on some of these isolated targets with the upfront burst PSG talent have, Benny can try and snipe off a few of those members.
And worth noting as well, specifically because they're both full engage, full send, engage tank supports, Summoner Spellbook on both Woody and Trimby. There's no aftershocks for bonus durability or anything like that. So again, kind of what you're talking about, where you said it specifically for VKS, if they get ahead, PSG is going to have a real hard time. Whichever side falls behind, that support engage is a one-way ticket.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what support's figured out, is actually a bit of an evade here, so Thomas need to be a little careful.
Yep, and there comes Karsa, does steal away the large Krug. Samus fighting back here a little bit, but a nice steal from Karsa to interrupt Desamus' clear, and now he's waiting for Desamus to just check this brush again. I love this from Karsa. Another EQ combo. Desamus down to 200 HP. He's going to take the blast cone. Karsa making sure he doesn't step so close that he gets knocked the other direction. But now Desamus has been forced out of his own jungle. But Boal has got the wave shoved up. He's going to come in after Karsa. Karsa already used EQ. Karsa's in danger. He's down to 200 HP. Even if he tries to flash, Miru is waiting. Karsa initially with the big brain for the invade, but greed is a deadly sin, Dagda, and he pays with his life.
Big brain, but no brawn to back him up. It's Boal who ends up teetering over and putting that scales in favor of VKS. Aja now trying to make him hurt for leaving the lane, and will actually get a good amount of damage onto the Ornn.
I mean, that Ornn is still plenty happy being the one who received the kill. He got the wave shoved up early, so he felt comfortable walking away and roaming. Now Karsa back out onto the map again. He's going to invade Desamus once more. He will not be dissuaded from this. Looks like he sees the blue buff. He's going to check the brush. Desamus knows that Karsa's looking for him. He's going to drag this Gromp all the way over here, so if nothing else, he can at least complete his Gromp task. Karsa still thinking about this. Woody stepping forward, making sure that he can use his sweeper. But now Desamus has level 3 on his Pantheon. He's going to step forward. Woody nearby, though, means it's so hard for Desamus to try to do anything. He wanted to throw the spear, see if maybe he can find something else. Desamus needs to try to get away. He throws up the shield. Desamus is down. Karsa takes the kill. Makes this game a 1-1.
VKS knew that this was happening. Miru had started to roam over, but he actually goes back to the mid lane, which enables PSG Talon to outperform VKS in that bottom side jungle.
Karsa is playing so aggressively in the jungle in this early game, invading, interrupting the Krug clear, and now Miru in a little bit of danger. It's a flash Zenith Blade from Woody, dodged by the response flash from Miru, but now the immobile Annie no longer has the defensive summoner spell.
The question mark is what Karsa wants to do, because he knows that this Pantheon's going to immediately move towards the Scuttle Crab. Miru should be able to step away.
Okay, Miru, 200 HP. Making a little bit more distance on this one. Did not have a stun ready and charged. Desamus continuing to retreat back in his own jungle, because guess who's back, Dagda? It's Karsa again.
And it's a great call from Karsa on the pathing. Knows that the only thing on the map that Desamus can do is that topside scuttle. So immediately forgets about his bottom side, moves up towards this top, defends the scuttle, now can start his clear back down towards his bottom side, and has really set Desamus behind.
Desamus on this Pantheon down the largest gold deficit individually in the game, 369 gold behind his opponent, and Karsa going to make that distance even more as he clears out his own blue buff, clears out his own Gromp. He's got plenty of camps ready to farm, as now Maple has to get away from Trimby, who has made his rotation over towards mid, and it's a couple hundred gold lead for PSG, largely off of Karsa's antics.
And it's a great start for him. Again, like, the experience will eventually even because of the catch-up XP, but the gold and the and everything else is such a big momentum push for PSG Talon. The flash, not on Pantheon, makes a lot of these early plays difficult, and if Karsa now can kind of play off these spot side pressure, he can maybe look to contest the push as Trimby and Morteus bounce this wave back.
Aja cooking up the wave here, getting this one shoved out. Does have Equalizer ready, but while TP's in and immediately just ready to try to keep this wave frozen, make sure that he can farm up whatever he needs to. Does have Spectre's Cowl already purchased for you know, heading towards the Koenig Rooker that you would have to expect every tank builds into Rumble early on to make these trades a little bit more bearable, because right now you can see Aja wins these pretty hard. Desamas has to be so careful when he walks around these brushes in this game. Bawal going in though, looking for the solo kill into Aja, but a nice flash for the PSG top laner, getting himself away, making sure he does not get hit by the knockup on that. Bawal, I'm expecting him to go for the fast Ornn combo and try to double brittle proc, really make life miserable on this Rumble.
It doesn't quite end up hitting it, but it still delays Aja on the reset, which is honestly a bit of a win here for Bawal. He's got the... Oh, hang on.
Yeah, Desamas in the mid lane. Tibbers has already been summoned. Maple's in some serious danger. He goes between worlds and he gets away. Maple! He flashes just to try to make sure he gets away from the Comet Spear. He would have lived anyway, but a bit of a panic there at the very end. Did not want to get caught out. The Dragon down to 400 HP, and now Trimby stepping in. Crash down, dodged by Betty there with a flash of his own. Morteus continues firing here with the Mystic shots. Trimby still looking to see if maybe he can get a little bit more lockup onto Woody, who wants to get away. Trimby with a shattering strike. Woody's about to die. Morteus takes the kill, and Desamas gets away. VKS get a kill, but PSG take the Drake.
It's a good start for PSG Talon, but VKS are coming alive. Bawal needs to escape, but can he?
Yeah, he's Alcove gaming right now. Aja trying to make sure he doesn't overheat all the way. This is looking a little bit silly, but Aja is winning. He overheats, steps back into the Alcove. Bawal again, just trying to create some distance. This is Ornn gaming right now as Aja continues trying to burn him down, but Bawal just taunts him with the emote. Bawal gets away.
The most intense game of Peekaboo might not be over yet, though, as we get the TP from Trimby. They're looking for Aja. He has no flash.
He has no flash, but there's not a lot of damage between Rel and Ornn. We'll see if there is enough. There's the Bellows Breath, but no. Aja sidesteps the knockup and stays alive.
Aja breathing hard after that one. That was a workout and a half to try and stay alive and also get the kill, but can't quite do it for PSG. They're on Desamas again. Good flash.
Yeah, Karsa jumping in there for the Cataclysm. Desamas immediately responds, flashing away. PSG full sending again. Desamas is their target this game. Game number 2 is all about Karsa playing aggressively and the rest of the team ready to back him up. Naples so thankful to have got out of that gank in mid lane earlier as well, but he does not have his ulti. He does not have his flash. The Aurora is very vulnerable. Aja has now teleported back out onto the map after his recall to join up with the rest of the team. The Grubs are alive, and that's going to be PSG's goal.
Yeah, I think at this stage, VKS are kind of shown they're happy to be patient. They don't want to try and overextend and contest PSG as they move in towards these objectives, even though they have... Oh, hang on. Do they want to try? No, Trimby just going to kick them to the curb. Yep. But it's just, yeah, even when you don't have, like, Maple's ultimate was up quite at the right time, but also because Desamas is that level down, thanks to how aggressive PSG Talon have been in his jungle, it does make them a little bit more scared.
Well, now Desamas does have the Grand Starfall, and this is kind of the great equalizer if you fall behind early.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, okay, my bad. My bad, buddy. Well, we've got the great leveler outer of game state for Pantheon here, since he can try to use this to set up a play, get a numbers advantage when you wouldn't think you'd have one, and try to get some sort of edge. As now the engage comes out from Trimby. Desamas and Miru ready to follow it up. Maple staying alive for now. Morteus needs a little bit of damage. He trades 1-for-1 with Maple. Trimby's gonna get cooked up by Aja. Feet of Warfare claimed by VKS, but Trimby's about to die. Aja needs a little bit more damage, and he finds it. Now Miru's the one under pressure. Ornhorn summoned up by Bawal. Aja in the back part of the pit, and he's gonna drop now too. VKS. They deny 3 grubs. They end up having a bloodbath, 2-for-2 in the fight.
It is a messy fight in the pit, but the problem for VKS is that Betty wasn't here. It's everyone invested on VKS's side, and Betty gets to have some alone time on the bot side. Maple, thanks to the electrocute, finishes off Morteus, and that takes so much of the wind out of the sails of VKS in this fight. Miru cannot be a consistent DPS. Desamas has been set so far behind, and Aja is getting a ton of work done, doesn't quite finish off Miru. But the fact that VKS had to pull everybody to the fight leaves Betty on the bottom side.
Betty is going to benefit from that one a little bit, but an even fight there for VKS brings our gold back to a standstill. Feat of Warfare claimed for VKS, feels really good for them, and very important as well since PSG now have 2 out of 3 of the neutral objectives towards the Feat of Monster Slaying, excuse me. So that means that it's probably going to come down to the first turret.
But also look at where that gold is positioned right now, because Morteus has a very nice advantage over the Ezreal, which is pretty big, and Aja having that advantage and Karsa is going to be a little bit more of a difficult situation to overcome, because they can try and find access to the backline. That dive and that excess damage can be so important to how teamfights can pan out for PSG talent. So if Morteus can stay alive, especially as he completes this training course, maybe there's a chance for VKS. But if Aja and Karsa get to have their way, that's a terrifying time for VKS.
Absolutely, my friend. Sundered Sky completed for Karsa on this Jarvan. Nobody else across the map has their first item fully done, so Karsa's in a great spot to be able to lead the charge and continue playing aggressively. Trimby with a crash down, buffers through the Zenith Blade, now defensive Magnet Storm having to flash away, but he's trapped inside the Cataclysm. Trimby's down, nice pick, PSG.
Right before the dragon spawns as well, PSG get exactly what they want, and this was more what people were expecting coming into this series. Karsa dictating the pace of the early game, getting into the face of Disamas, and PSG being able to fall back towards strong team fighting and pick-orientated plays.
Okay, Disamas is hanging around nearby, so is Morteus. Miru also around the area. Here comes Boal. It's the Ornhorn. Karsa's in a little bit of danger, and so is Woody. Now Miru's found Maple off to the side. The Drake is stolen away by Disamas. Boal's in the pit with everybody. Betty's going to be the target, but over the wall goes Boal, and now Woody's ready to follow. Boal is next to die. Betty low, but safe for now. Aja's cooking everybody, and Morteus is down. PSG find exactly what they wanted, and VKS find themselves staring down the barrel of a 2,000 gold deficit.
PSG are bloody and bruised, but they are walking, and that's all they need to do actually is, hang on, Disamas.
Disamas jumps in, but that Grand Starfall is not where he wanted to place it. He's about to die to Leandries. Just barely survives, 24 HP.
That was a brave move from Disamas. And VKS crumble at the dragon. They steal the dragon away, but after all the burst is used again, it's the lack of consistent DPS which ends up hurting them. Maple gets close to being one-shot by Miro on this bottom side, but crucially doesn't. Betty close to going down in the pit, but once again does it because Aja is doing a ton of work on this top side and keeping Morteus out of the fight, keeping Disamas out of the fight, and it means that PSG can focus on the 2 other members that have overextended into the back of the pit, and they can finish them off.
And the 2 flashes right there at the very start from Karsa, from Betty, to not die to the Ornhorn were huge. Now Karsa invading yet again. Redemption keeping him alive. Trimby and Disamas have Morteus coming in to help him. But remember, PSG have a 2,500 gold lead. They're just working with a lot more firepower, and they can't get any kills back.
Karsa barely got over with the flag and drag before Trimby had the knockback and managed to get positioned into the Baron pit, which meant that he was able to survive. That was very close to VKS finding a pick back, but this game is explosive, Flowers.
This is the PSG that fans wanted to see. They are bloodthirsty, they are aggressive, they are constantly putting the pressure on their opponents and making their opponents play their game. Karsa being in Disamas' jungle from level 2 has seemed to rattle VKS and cause them to constantly have to react instead of be proactive.
And again, it's the fact that you have so much gold on Karsa now, so much gold on Aja. This 1-2 combo has been crucial in so many of the fights thus far. But if VKS can find a way to get some control back on the game, limit that pressure, maybe there's a chance. But it doesn't look like PSG are going to let up anytime soon.
That Varus from Betty is definitely looking pretty solid right now. 1-0-3 has his Ghost Blade, stacking up the tier, working towards the Muramana. That's going to be another big issue. Obviously, Boal's not going to care a ton once he gets more items, but even right now, he's only magic resistance. Everybody on the side of VKS is highly vulnerable to these piercing arrows, and if you can get some good poke from Betty on this champion that he has so many games on before these fights, it's impossible for VKS to play it out.
Trimby poking his nose in here towards the Rift Herald, but I don't think you really get to do what you want here. More just window shopping at what he wishes he could have as the rest of VKS. Start to move down towards his bottom side, but Aja reading that well, moving up towards the mid, making sure that he's not going to get dove anytime soon.
Yeah, Trimby's not got a whole lot that he can really say about that Rift Herald take, so he'll just back away from it. And PSG will find themselves another objective. And it did end up coming down to what I thought. We've got the feat of warfare for the side of VKS, the feat of monster slaying for the side of PSG. So the enchanted boots is going to come down to who gets turret number 1, and we'll see what that looks like. I'm honestly really ready to bet for PSG because they've got the Herald.
Yeah, that's generally where the thought process would lie. Is they want to pick Maple though.
Yeah, they're going in after him. He wants to go between worlds, but immediately the crash down with the shield is ready to lock him up. He's surviving for a very long time, but the Comet Spear finds his back, and VKS are going to get their man.
Trimby barely clipped him there with that Shattering Strike and actually got the stun. I'm shocked it went through, but it now opens up as Miru. So let's be careful though. Karsa does a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Karsa's going to step forward. He'll just clear out the wave, make sure the turret doesn't take any excessive damage. Karsa, of course, having the Herald Eye himself, will be able to do plenty of work on a turret if he gets the opportunity. You can see the mid lane, bottom lane, and top lane turrets, though, on VKS are all in pretty good shape.
PSG do need to be careful of these pick plays. This is what VKS are known for, overloading the side lane and finding moments to catch you off guard, especially with a Pantheon. If VKS can continue to find these picks, that's how they can slow down the pace of this game, give themselves time, opportunity, and space on the map to try and fight back at these objectives.
Karsa picking up his next red buff here as PSG are ready, I would think, for the next objective fight, which is that Cloud Drake spawning right now. They still have an almost 2,000 gold lead. They should still feel very confident about taking this next fight. Leandry's completed on both Maple and Aja. Again, you've still got the Ghost Blade on Betty for the extra movement speed to either catch somebody with Chains of Corruption or sidestep some of these big AoE ultimates that are going to be flying out from the VKS side.
Looks like VKS aren't interested though. Dragon started by Jarvan, as Karsa feels confident with the position he has on the map. VKS now trying to position themselves, but you don't have Miru here, and you've got your Ornn on the wrong side of the fight.
Yep, Miru does have his teleport to be able to join, but it looks like he's going to walk it down the long way instead. PSG are going to pull off of the objective. They can see Miru roaming, and they do not want to be caught off guard. Aja does have his teleport to join up if necessary, but there's a big difference between having all 5 there at the start and needing one guy to channel for a few seconds before he can join. You can see here with your ultimate indicators on the screen, there's still a little bit of time left before Grand Starfall is ready here too. Desama's going to take the opportunity, go back, complete another purchase. Again, Unleash teleports available on all 4 of our solo laners, and critically, Woody has now swapped over to Unleash teleport as well. We'll see if the Leona can find any creative angles, but no, he's just going to use it to get back out on the map faster and allow Karsa to restart the objective, which he restarts on a ward.
They needed to match the reset from Trimby, who'd gone back for the wards, but topside plays.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna make the move onto Aja instead. They even sent the True Shot Barrage over the top. They wanted to make sure he was dead.
Great equalizer from Aja though, because it may have prevented that top lane turret from going down. Betty.
Okay, Betty under pressure, but he's still fine for now. Trimby only slowed by the Solar Flare. Heals back up with the Redemption. They are trying to protect that tower, like you say, the equalizer with his dying breath to make it so VKS can't immediately force down the turret. But now, Trimby needs to disengage back here in the mid lane. Karsa walking through. Morteus continuing to apply the pressure as Miru puts the damage into the tier 1 turret up there in the top lane. And VKS, despite the advantage of PSG in the game so far, they will trade the second Drake for PSG for the first turret of the game, and that earns VKS the shoes.
Honestly, I'll take that as VKS. You can still look to contest the Dragons later, and these side lane picks with this Pantheon are starting to turn the tides a bit. That 1.5k gold lead that Karsa had over Desama's starting to fall apart, and even when you look towards Aja, he's not having that same sort of control that he's had, especially when he's the focus point of these picks from VKS.
And this kind of goes back to that earlier fight, the Dragon fight that was so tragic for VKS, but PSG ended up losing the Drake instead. That fight actually ends up making this trade possible, because you don't want to give away Soul Point for free, because now you're in a really bad situation for the rest of the game. But a TP's coming in. PSG could be in a little bit of danger here, at least Woody could, as Boal jumps in, slams his head straight into the wall, slams Woody straight into the grave. VKS picking up a kill.
I think it's Atacon that VKS are interested in. They'll trade the top tower for it potentially, but what can PSG do to try and mount a comeback here? Aja could teleport down. VKS, there's question mark pings as exactly what they want to do.
Okay, Miru clears the wave. They clear out some of the wards nearby. VKS, they're going to send it for the Otacon. Woody is going to respawn here in about 3 seconds. VKS DPSing this objective as the Herald is summoned up here in the mid lane. The charge will not kill the turret on its own, but the auto attacks to follow up will. PSG on the approach. Woody does not have a teleport to try to join up here. Aj is going to be your target. They want to full send it. They kill him before the redemption comes in. VKS take out the enemy top laner. They got a 5v3 for now, but remember that Woody is on the way. 5v4 yet again. The 4 are just different this time. Otacon resetting, VKS backing away.
You got the TP coming through from Aja. And Maple's ultimate didn't really hit the key targets that it would like to. Resets coming through now for the Annie. Do we just send a take 2? But it looks like we might be backing away for VKS.
Yeah, VKS health bars are pretty injured. You can see everybody on the team there down to about 60% HP. VKS also committing the Tibbers, the Call of the Forge God, the True Shot Barrage. A lot of tools used to guarantee the kill onto Aja means they aren't ready for another team fight at Otacon.
It does mean, though, TP down on Aja, and they actually just had Boal in position to try and go for this. So it means that they can actually get a Summer Spell advantage, they get the kill advantage, and now they can start to push out these waves and still create points of threat on the map. VKS are doing a fantastic job of finding these quick plays to hold themselves in this game and slowly claw it back.
Desamas is now 3-1-4. Karsa is 3-1-4. For all of the pressure that Karsa was able to apply early, Desamas, like I said earlier, the great leveler outer, the Grand
It just
Starfall.
rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it's just such a catchy name. Makes it so he can be a part of these plays and get back into the game. But for PSG, you've still got a slight advantage, and the big advantages are on Karsa and on Aja. It's this Jarvan with 2 fully completed items, this Rumble with 2 fully completed items that are your big left and right punch, and those are the 2 that really have to sync up for PSG to get a win in the team fight.
But they're not getting a chance is the main problem. Like every single time it's VKS starting the fight, find a pick, and then they run like all hell away. Make sure you can't do anything about it. Like, point of case.
There it is, another Grand Starfall with Boal tanking the turret. Aja's gonna be in some danger, and Desamas kills him before I finish my sentence. Boal on this Ornn is so tanky, he showers in turret shots. He's got time to wash under his arms, and he's feeling great.
And there's just 0 that you can do as PSG Talon. VKS are using this Pantheon so incredibly well. And again, like, how do you make this combo work with the Jarvan and Rumble if Rumble's dead every time?
It's pretty tough. Last time I checked, the abilities do not cast when one is dead in League of Legends unless you're playing.
I think you got that right.
Yeah. So we got some problems here for the PSG side as the tier 1 turret is down in the bottom lane. It's always a big difference when you're fighting for Otacon if one side has their tier 1 in the nearby lane and the other side does not, and that's the case that VKS has right now. However, Aja is back on the map. He's coming back out here, and this Otacon is not dying particularly fast.
He snuck his way into the bush, though. This could be a massive engage from the VKS support. PSG, they want to try and contest.
They're going to step forward. Benny's your target. Crashdown only finds Woody. They want to full send it. Woody's not dead here just yet, but they're going to find a lot of damage onto Maple. Karsa into the back line. Miru's already down. It's a massive play coming out from PSG. They found 2. VKS overplay their hand. And it's PSG with a huge punish, and they're set up to maybe take the Otacon now. The redemption's gonna top off the health bars. PSG are right back in it.
Finally, PSG find the team fight that they needed, but still VKS, they aren't done yet. They're gonna try and turn onto Aja.
Okay, Aja takes a big chunk of damage, but really, it's not enough. Boal, Morteus, and Desamas trying to do everything they can to fight for this Otacon. Trimby's engage. Botched ends up being the big change in this game. For all that we praised him in the previous game, the Thornbound Otacon has found its way into PSG's pockets, and the Rel pincer attack, the blunder, going too early after Betty. PSG see their moment, they punish, and they're right back in the driver's seat.
Trimby had the unsealed spellbook smite and was hoping beyond hope that he might be able to get that steal alongside Boal, dealing every bit of damage he could to the Otacon. but it's PSG who once more take control of this game.
Beautifully turned around by PSG. Take another look here.
It's a great flash from Betty. Immediately gets away from the problem, which was Trimby. And here, Karza sends it into the back line, locks up Desamas and Trimby with Aja there to boost. And there's just nothing BKS can do. There is so much damage between this topside duo on PSG Talon.
PSG are so glad.
Look back, yo. Try to kill Javan. Kill Javan. I have smite. Kill Javan.
PSG are so glad that that was the way that team fight went. And you can see the frustration on Trimby's face after everything happened in that fight. Now BKS looking for another one. They're going to go in on Karsa. They take him low, but they won't take him down. True shot barrage up the top. Karsa still alive. Aja still alive. Trimby down first. Now it's turning around yet again. Miru flashing away, looking to escape from Betty as Maple's now going to be your next target, and he is gone. Desamas in the back line, staying alive for now, but Karsa barely hangs on too. It's two dead on the side of BKS, but BKS still chasing PSG. They come out on top, +1.
I saw the potential for that arcane shift and thought Morteus might have had it, but PSG Talon once again, it's so close in these fights, but it's BKS who keep falling. It's a nice pick onto Karsa, but the ult from the Leona separates the damage out, and watch that as Maple jumps onto Miru. You've got Betty who comes onto Miru as well with the ultimate from the Varus, and makes this fight impossible for them to play. Morteus has to be the sole DPS in this fight. But PSG are just rotating members in and out on blinking health bars and make it so difficult for them to follow through.
These fights are getting crazy, Dagda. It's 14-10. It's sole point, though, for PSG with a 4,000 gold lead. Woody, honestly, not too afraid of this. Comet Spear's coming in, though. Betty and Karsa right next to their support. TP about to arrive for BKS. Battle lines are drawn, but it's Maple off to the side here on the Aurora.
It's so difficult. VKS, they're still trying to make the same play, still trying to look for these picks, but PSG have become aware of exactly what that game plan is. They're just not letting them find that access. It's still an incredibly close game. Like, one big combo from VKS could turn this around, but PSG Talon are fighting so well in these engagements.
What a crazy game, man. I'm having a lot of fun here with this game number 2, and PSG are in a really good spot. 4,000 gold lead, sole point already, 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns. Taking stock of all our summoner spells, it's also PSG with the teleport advantage for now. 2 minutes, however, is enough time. I believe at least Boals is going to be up in time for that dragon. We could have potential something here in the mid lane. Honestly, this Edge of Night doing a lot of work for Betty as well to make sure that he's not a primary target for the VKS squad.
Yeah, all the VKS are trying to do is quickly play off of 2 lanes. You see them push 1 lane, and then either Miru or Boal, whoever cleared out that side lane, is just drifting across the mid, hoping they can find a pick. Maple going to interrupt Trimby there, but it's just PSG trying to find that space and find that vision to spot VKS on these roams towards mid.
Advantages in individual players for every role except support on the PSG side, the largest 2 of which are the 2 largest gold leads that have existed this entire game, which is Aja on the Rumble, which is Karsa on the Jarvan. And as long as these 2 can get their fight, they're going to be looking pretty good. Very important to notice as well, Seeker's Arm Guard, currently built, currently unbroken for Aja. This is a massive tool considering he has been the primary target for VKS the entire game.
Ezreal just to check the Baron. That side of the map looking very, very dark for VKS, and Boal might be getting lights out here as well. As the engage comes through, Redemption tries to keep him alive.
Yeah, they're just going to take down the Ornn. For as tanky as he was earlier, the damage between Aja and Karsa is so much. You've got Guardian Angel on Karsa now as well. With Bloodletter's Curse on Aja, it's so easy to burn through that magic resistance. Excuse me. The dodge comes through. Desamas under pressure. Miru under more. Aja takes the kill. And PSG have taken both enemy solo laners off the table.
It's so well coordinated. Locked down Miru, who is flashless, to set up for Aja's ultimate, to put the pressure onto the Desamas, so he has to run away as well. And now Dragon about to spawn. It will be Soul for PSG Talon.
And when you look back at this game, you look at an early game advantage for PSG, and then you look at a mid game that was going all the way in VKS's favor up until the fateful Otacon fight. And that's really where everything just completely shattered for VKS's side. PSG winning that team fight, taking the Otacon, rising to a 3,000 gold lead. Now with the Dragon Soul in their possession, a Cloud Soul at that. Very scary stuff. And a 6,000 gold lead. VKS is going to need a PSG throw if they want to come back, because PSG is looking good.
It's not PSG that do it particularly often. Rabadon's Death Cap now completed for Maple as well. Going to be providing a ton of damage onto this backline, and it looks like they're done with playing around. They're going to TP in towards the Baron area and look to force one final fight against VKS.
All right, this is it. VKS probably has about one more chance here. Tibbers, I mean, it's dropped on Karsa and Woody, but what does that do? There's nobody else nearby, nobody in the neighborhood to follow up. Karsa full sends it. He knows he's got Guardian Angel. It doesn't matter if he dies. Miru and Morteus both just burning away. Betty dominating on that Varus as Bawal goes in. Rams is headed to nothing. DeSamas and Morteus firing back here a little bit as Maple tries to put the pressure onto the Ezreal. He can't quite kill him here just yet. Morteus firing off the Mystic shots, but PSG have killed everybody else, and Baron will be their prize.
It's the missing shots from VKS as Maple fishes for one more. But it's PSG that have got that Baron. And you called it in the fight, Flowers. There was just not enough damage to come through onto Karsa. And Aja's ultimate was perfect in that fight.
The Guardian Angel does what Guardian Angel was designed to do. It gives Karsa the opportunity to jump in there full crazy, give himself as the initiation. Even if he dies, he still sets it up, and the team is ready to go.
You'd, at this position, think maybe, because you just saw Varus on midway for VKS, that you could take the fight, but Karsa sends himself in, the ultimate from Aja. It's a red carpet of disaster for VKS, a welcoming of calamity. As the engage follows through, Trimby tries his best, but there's just so much damage, so much burst potential on this PSG side, and VKS just can't hold strong.
Well played from PSG. Karsa getting maximum Guardian Angel value out of that one. Miru not able to contribute anything to the fight. And we talk about VKS, we talk about how important Miru is to this team, how much his personal play matters so much for how much they can win. And really, 1-4-8 on the Annie has not been nearly what he was in game number 1 on the Talia.
And it's kind of the reason that we've seen Annie fall apart, where if you just don't get these leads, it's just not working out for you. And unfortunately, with the way things have gone, VKS did find some picks to get back into the game, but it just hasn't been enough. And PSG Talon, with this Baron, starting to siege on towards the inhibitor turrets.
10,000 gold lead, Dragon Soul, Baron. This should be just about everything they need. It's one final attempt coming out from VKS. Betty's low, but low's not good enough because the counterattack from PSG arrives. It's Maple grabbing the first kill. DeSama's trapped behind enemy lines. Miru's already down here too as Morteus tries to escape, but Maple's just throwing out twofold hexes. He's already got himself a double kill. PSG have cleared 4 of them off the rift, and they don't lose a single man.
And now with that minion wave starting to conga line its way in, PSG gonna try and push us now to 1-1.
It looks like we are going the full distance for both series here today, Dagda. PSG, not to be caught unaware, not to go down without a fight, will slam back here in game number 2. They will take out VKS and have one more shot to stay alive here at Worlds.
There's a reason Karsa is so revered within this region. He put on a masterclass in controlling this jungle.
And I think that has to be the story of the game. Karsa in the enemy jungle from level 1, level 2. Analyst desk, what do you think?
I think that, yeah.
Level 3, 4. Okay, no.
That level 1 was a bit weird from him, but it's the invades. He doesn't stop, and experience speaks for himself. Here for Karsa, he knows.
Legend as an old man, by the way.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, he's seen billions of situations like this. He knows exactly how to handle them, especially after that first one that backfired. He goes again.
Well, like, even just kind of running through it, because he goes, he gets the Krugs, he pushes Pantheon off. Yes, Boal comes in and makes it difficult for him. But this man, the moment you push him back off, you think he's not going to stop? He's going to keep going.
I feel like this was just such a bold play to go for, especially when you're already down in the series in an elimination situation. But Karsa has been so aggressive in challenging the enemy jungler and looking for invades so far in this competition.
And so it's crazy to be able to see this because this happened within the Nefiri game versus HLE2. Karsa is playing ultra aggressive. He recognizes his own matchup. He gets his teammates to be able to recognize what he's trying to do so they can back him up for it. Sometimes the condition's going to be a little difficult, as you can tell, so he super pushes for it, then goes for Raptors, doesn't accept Boal to come through. So this is the one mistake. You're like, okay, damn, my bad. Like, man, I was being a little bit too greedy. But Boal, it hurts his laning phase quite a bit, actually.
And he comes back. He does it again. And he actually doesn't stop. And I'm just wondering how much space is he creating for his teammates? Because obviously on the side of VKS, you see this. Your game plan changes.
I feel like it's just a balance of expectations. You know, Desamas didn't expect him when Desamas looped around for him to be there again. And then Karsa didn't expect Wild to come over. And then Desamas obviously didn't expect him just to invade again here. And just ends up catching him off guard because this time he has the support off his bot lane.
Yeah, and it's great to see that he's like, yeah, you know what? I knew you didn't finish your full clear. I'll be there for it. And he does it again later on, 8 minutes into the game to contest the red buff.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking going for Krugs again, but no, he's for sure there with the support. His full team gets the support so he can get this done.
How much do you think this impacted both the early game for his team, created space for his laner, but also impacted VKS's early game?
Well, Pantheon was definitely behind in terms of experience. That was for sure a problem that Desamas had to deal with.
I think so much as well with a champion like Pantheon, you can so easily like clear into gank into clear, and really set a fast pace to the game. But here, I feel like Desamas was like really shut out a good amount of being able to enact that early game plan, and so often the laners had to move to adjust to try and protect their jungler, and it really just allowed Karsa to run the Rift.
And by the way, that counter jungling rate that you see there, highest of the tournament throughout. This is just, yeah, specifically for the game, but Karsa, throughout Worlds, the entirety of Worlds, he is #1 when it comes to counter jungling. He is, so far at this event, for how ancient this player is. Yeah. He's somebody that still is very confident in his knowledge of being able to push certain matchups.
And that's what I think is really beautiful with this player, and also this mix of player being reunited from the old Flash Wolf days into PSG coming here at Worlds today. The fact that they were able to reignite that synergy and still make it work.
It's insane. Like, of course, like him and Maple, don't even question them on their synergy. That's not even a question at that point. Betty as well, if they're involved in the plan, 1000%. It's a large part of why their team fights have been so good, especially this team fight around Dragon, that you're like, is it good for VKS? Is it good for PSG? At first it looks great, and then like PSG is able to turn it.
And Wild goes over the wall, and it gives like a route out. You know, you actually see Woody, Zen's Blade over the wall to follow up, and then so much value, because people just keep chasing over the wall, they get to turn it around, and it ends up backfiring here. I think VKS trying to chase down those low health members, really costing them.
You can see how close this game was. Like, for a good amount of time. Even with the slight advantage that you could see from PSG around 15 minutes into the game, like, it's not as if VKS is sleeping. They're still fighting back into this game. It's just a better game and team fight from PSG as a whole.
Absolutely. And it came from Desamas. Again, with the Pantheon, collapsing on side lanes, trying to make plays and keeping the pace in that game and trying to make things happen. It wasn't enough this time around, especially when you look at the experience that you have on the other side of the Rift. We've talked about this old Flash Wolves reunion. It's 2025, but they're still clicking and working together.
Yeah, I don't know why I doubted them, Dan.
Oh, are you flip-flopping again?
I don't have another flip-flop.
You're flip-flopping again? Raz!
I have a second one.
VKS is from your region.
Yeah.
How many times? You know what? I feel like this is no loyalty from you. You've given up on them again.
I haven't yet.
I will give it to you one last time.
No, I'm sticking with him. I'm sticking with VKS.
Oh, we have a shred of commitment here. You know what? That's character growth. I appreciate that, Raz. For once, you stuck to your region's team. You know what?
Who knows?
Question is,
actually, that's a worry, yeah. 100 teams are doing good until you believed it.
Game 1, they had the perfect draw. VKS had all the champions that brought them success domestically.
Yeah.
Game 2, even if it wasn't ideal, they kept on fighting. they made it hard for PSG to grab this one. What do you think is going to happen for that third game? Do you think they have it? Because again, on one side you have the experience, but you have that fire on the side of VKS.
Yeah, I mean, the trend here is that Boal is willing to sacrifice a lot. He did it on the Sion game, he did it on the Orange game. You know, the Orange game it hurt him a lot, I think, within the early laning phase. So, even, I still keep saying the control mages are incredibly strong. I want to see him back on the Orianna. I think Miru's control mages are exceptional, and try and scale out a little bit more.
For me, I think it's just very much about tracking costs and making sure you can't do something like this against the Samus. Samus is so much of the early game plan. If you get shut out the game, I think they're really going to struggle.
And they're going to try this one on the blue side one last time for all the marbles. Is it going to be PSG or VKS taking this third game? We'll find out right after this.
So around the area, here comes Boal, it's the Ornhorn! Kars is in a little bit of danger, and so is Woody. Now Miru's found Maple off to the side. The Drake is stolen away by Desamas. Boal's in the pit with everybody. Betty's gonna be the target, but over the wall goes Boal, and now Woody's ready to follow. Boal is next to die. Betty, low, but safe for now. Aj is cooking everybody, and Morteos is down. PSG find exactly what they wanted. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. It is time for the final game of this second elimination best of 3 between PSG and VKS. Game number 1 saw VKS absolutely dominating their opponents, 26-3, 27 minutes into the game, absolute victory. Game number 2, it was Karsa in the enemy jungle from level 2, terrorizing Desamas, building a lead for the side of PSG. Now PSG, they did lose that lead a little bit in the mid game, but ultimately it was the Otacon fight where VKS didn't find the engage they wanted, PSG took the fight, and then ran away with the game from there. Now, only one game remains to determine who gets to keep competing at Worlds 2025 and whose journey for the year ends here.
It is heartbreaking for either of these squads. They put on a show in their respective wins, but now one game separates you from that flight home. And as you say, Karsa put on some absolute heroics in that last series, or sorry, in that last game. We'll have to see if he can control the game like he did once more, or whether, honestly, that VKS aggression, that ability to find picks on sides, can take them over that finish line.
If that's how Jarvan is supposed to be played, I can understand why he keeps getting locked in these games, because Karsa was an absolute menace in that second game. But now we are on to game 3, and this is where we start to feel a little bit of the pinch from Fearless. Typically it is the games 4 and 5 that really have those pools constricted, but even in game 3 you can start to feel a little bit of, well, wait, hold on, these pools are getting a little too slim here. So I'm curious how the draft is going to play out this time as VKS are on the blue side, PSG on the red, and let's see what we get. It's some arcane bans for VKS. Caitlyn and Vi both banned away as bans 1 and 2. Meanwhile, PSG, they do not want to deal with Nico. They will keep her out of the game.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. Nico just so incredibly strong, especially as you get this deep into champion, or into Fearless draft. I imagine Azir going to be kept. I imagine Orianna going to be kept, as you're saying. I don't know exactly what takes that like first pick position. Although, if I'm VKS, do I ban away the Yunara in the hopes that they ban Orianna? Because otherwise, maybe you just leave one of those really strong picks open and hope you can pick the other.
Well, the thing is about the Orianna, both mid laners have played a couple games of it, excuse me, so far this summer, but not a lot. Again, it's a champion that's had a lot of presence, I feel like, all over the world. It's a champion that's been banned a lot, so not super surprised to not see it with a high number of picks for either one of our mid laners here. Lee Sin banned away, the Karsa Classic. This is not a champion that is powerful in the meta. This is not a champion that's super high on the tier list or the priority, but it is a champion that Karsa has worked miracles on in seasons past.
And there is when you win MSI on this champion, kind of makes sense to maybe take it away when your elimination hopes and dreams are on the line. So LeBlanc could be banned. So both Orianna and Yunara open. Now, what is the priority here for VKS?
So interestingly enough, yes, that Orianna is open. I would expect that to be the priority, but also the Akali is available. So if they want to just take the Yunara instead, then the other side, sure, they'll take Orianna for Maple, but then if Miru takes the Akali, he's comfortable on that.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Great call, Flowers, because it just opens up the draft so much. And again, it's the only thing I'd be worried about is something like a Nocturne Orianna as an answer. Because even though you have the Akali, I think the ability to punish the Yunara by looking for picks with the Nocturne Orianna could potentially work out in your favor with just how much damage and upfront burst there is. We'll have to see if that is going to be the plan, or what is going to be the answer from PSG top.
All right, well, the Orianna that we expected traded for the Yunara. That's the handshake of leaving them both open. So far we're correct. But let's see. The Nocturne, I feel like, probably not super highly prized for Desamas, although it is one that he has had quite a few plays on so far this year, or this split at least, excuse me. And it looks like we might have a graphics error. I'm not sure what champion was locked in for the side of PSG. Hopefully we can get that updated ASAP to figure it out and see what that one was. But the selector is back on the VKS side.
Yeah, I imagine you're going to pick your jungle here, try and answer for, I imagine, what Karsa locked in for himself as well, and then the support. And at that stage, you're in a pretty good spot. We just got the heads up that Carson did lock in the Nefiri on the opposite side, and it's a Nocturne taken by Desamas instead. And there's the Akali you were talking about, Flowers.
All right, I guess I was a little bit wrong. That Nocturne is the pick for Desamas because he has had 3 plays on it so far in summer. The only 2 picks that he has played more, and he's played a lot more of them to be fair, are Jarvan and Xin. Those are obviously both removed because of Fearless. Wukong and Pantheon are a couple more of the champions that he's played as much as this, but hey, those are removed because of Fearless. So happy to pick up the Nocturne here. Miru on the Akali, just like we were expecting, ready to slam that one despite it being banned in the first couple of games. Miru is exceptional on this champion. It's one of his most played. And that Nefiri for Karsa. Nefiri versus Nocturne, this is setting up for a spicy jungle matchup.
This is a very spicy jungle matchup, and match in general, because when you look at the way Nocturne wants to operate here, he's more about turning off the lights and causing chaos, rather than fully synergizing with the Akali. Can still do it on some of the dive, but more about causing chaos for PSG. And when you're trying to work with an Orianna Shockwave, something that is protecting the Nefiri in that command protect from the Orianna, being able to disrupt that can be vital for the success for VKS. But if PSG Talon can enable this Nefiri with invades to get the lead that we've seen Carson get before in this champion, that is going to be very, very scary for the VKS side.
All right, let's check out what we've got in the second half of the bans here, as Rek'Sai is the first ban for PSG. They know that VKS do not have their top lane locked in yet. Cassante picked up for PSG. Feels like a pretty powerful option into a lot of choices, but of course, we know how annoying Rek'Sai can be. The champion is so difficult to punish, it's so difficult to heal because it just heals, or it's so difficult to kill, excuse me, because it heals so much. Over on the other side, it's focused onto the AD carry pool, since that's the advantage that VKS already has that PSG doesn't. Kai'Sa banned away.
I think, I was actually going to say Poppy might be needed to be banned. Very strong into the Cassante in that top side. Thank you, Broken Blade. Much love to you. And I think that could also be very strong to things like the Nefiri, trying to lock that down, and just provide that tank front line that you want for something like Yunara with the peel.
And of course, if PSG want to take the Poppy themselves, they can absolutely do it here on their 4th pick. We'll see if VKS want to spin that last ban on it. What's it going to be? No, double AD carry bans instead. They're going to ban out 2 of those scrappy lane AD carries with the Kai'Sa and Lucian combined. Rek'Sai and Aatrox banned out by PSG, so double top lane bans from them. Now let's see what we get.
So basically identifying VKS don't have any real sort of engage in the draft. So PSG just saying, look, we'll take the Braum. We imagine that Trimby's going to go for something like the Nautilus here, or the Rakan on that bottom, the Nautilus on that bottom side, and we should be fine then into the matchup. But and even if you do try and go for some sort of engage elsewhere, I don't think there's much Boal can really bring to the engage side of things in that top lane, at least from what we've seen in the meta at the moment.
There's not a lot of engage on either side so far, honestly, Dagda. Like, yeah, Glacial Fissure is a much better counter-engage tool than it is an engage tool. And Shockwave is good to follow up an engage, but catching somebody out with it just directly can be a little tricky.
It is, but there is the Duggle. And Nefiri can just send herself in and go, okay, I will be that engage tool, and then it will just immediately pop the W. We get the big shockwave, and then I can follow up afterwards. So that can be a pseudo engage tool. There's that pop we were talking about for Boal. I imagine in the top lane, it looks like Trimby not going to go for engage, for the beefy engage tools. Instead, looking at the Bard for that tempered face.
No Poppy plays so far in summer 2025 from Boal, so this will be his first Poppy. Trimby on the Bard. We're gonna need to see some seriously accurate tempered fates. This is your main engage coming out from the side of VKS. Nocturne can fly in, Akali can fly in beside him, but again, it's not like there's immediate lockdown next to that.
I think though the issue is what's he trying to do as, okay, I was gonna say it's Betty here. You want something with a little bit of peel. Xayah going to be the tool, because a tempered fate onto an immobile AD carry and also the Orianna could completely remove any sort of follow-up PSG Talon had to an engage. So it looks like Betty going to be able to peel for himself and avoid any sort of mishap from either the tempered fate or that darkness from the Nocturne.
All right, how are we feeling about these two comps? Do we feel like there's a specific edge for either side, or is it more down to the execution?
I mean, VKS needs to snowball. You've got Nocturne and Akali, 2 assassins that really want to be able to decimate this backline of PSG Talon, and you have the potential to do it, but if you start to fall behind, that becomes very difficult to do so. But on PSG Talon, I just think it's much easier to execute. You have strong front to back, you have this Neferi that can actually be that engage tool alongside the Orianna Shockwave, your own pseudo Nocturne Orianna combo, and then you can have self-peel on your Xayah, which makes it easier then to try and protect the rest of your backline.
So probably advantage PSG then.
I think so, yeah.
Unless VKS can really snowball early.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Poppy will get value in trying to block things like the Neferi, also trying to block things like the Cassante, which can hurt the engage from PSG's side, but it's going to be tough. But if BKS can find this early lead, I think they have the ability to just snowball out of control with this double assassin comp.
And I think a lot of that pressure is going to be on Miru. It's going to be on the Sakali that, remember, was banned for the first couple of games. It's going to be on this pick that is supposed to be one of his best champions. And I think that that's the pressure that Worlds brings. That's the pressure you have to be able to rise to if you want to stay competing here. This is it. This is the last game for one of these two squads at Worlds 2025 as we take the Rift for the last time in this best of 3.
So much of this game is going to come down to execution in the moment. These small, minute details that are either going to keep your year alive or end it right here. And already, VKS trying to get aggressive and get that vision down, but it's been responded by PSG.
Yeah, PSG just flinging a couple feathers back at him here. You can see the early ward of the pixel brush there, dropped on the PSG side. Meanwhile, Desamas hanging around the enemy jungle. Oftentimes, you do want to see like the late Raptor ward placed down just to keep an eye on what the enemy jungle path looks like. Aja has the defensive early ward here. Oh, not Aja, excuse me. Karsa placed that one down. Aja still has his ward available to place.
I like this positioning from Bilal though, because as the Cassante tries to move back into the lane, you'll be able to get some good damage, and that's kind of the advantage of a Poppy in the early stages. But Desamas hovering barely out of vision. This is so good from Desamas.
Desamas is going to Karsa. Karsa, he throws out the Duskbringer, immediately finds the dog. He's hungry for a little bit of a hot dog lunch. Karsa flashes away. Desamas, Duskbringer first blood level 1.
Revenge is a dish best served as a cold owl hot dog, as Desamas manages to pick off Karsa and put him in the dirt.
And you can see he doesn't go back to the red buff because at level 1, the respawn timers are very long. Instead, he's going straight to the chicken camp instead. Burn that one down fast with Nocturne's powerful AoE, hit your level 2 immediately, and then switch it up and go to the Krugs. If Karsa wants to come back to the red, he'll find it still intact, but Desamas is stealing away everything else.
And you get to keep this pressure, but Miru
still just walking away here, down to 100 HP. This Akali taking some real pain from that clockwork windup from Maple.
Yeah, Doran's shield and that pod bringing back a lot of HP. Definitely needed it, but Maple doing a good job of keeping control in this mid lane. Still though, like you can see Desamas, he does such a good job here. Playing around that ward perfectly. Barely eking around the edge, just out of vision. Incredibly well played. And as the ward goes down, you kind of already realize as Karsa, I'm in trouble, and it's already ended for me. He knows even with the flash, was hoping that maybe he could escape, but Desamas times it perfectly with the Q.
Yeah, knowing the cooldowns, knowing he could flash and get one more auto attack, one more Q, play the sad help the animals commercial, Dagda. That dog is in some trouble. As Karsa now down about 400 gold here early. Desamas with the early lead, feeling pretty good about it. Now clearing through his own red side jungle. Karsa thought about maybe stepping up a little further forward there, but no, he's just gonna go back, pick up the crab.
Ooh, Cortez taking a lot of damage though. Still out to back away. As you say, Karsa will get the crab. May also look towards me because this wave is not in a good position for Miru. Immediately exiting out that top side as Desamas gonna reignite his red buff here as he finishes out his own.
Karsa is going to see exactly what's going on, and he wants a little bit of revenge. Desamas wisely dropping his ward inside that brush, wants to make sure that Karsa can't play around this, as immediately the fear already connects. Trimby coming up to try to help Desamas. Karsa is low, Desamas is lower. Trimby trying to get the kill there. They finally take out Karsa, but now it's going to be a bloodbath, and it's VKS in trouble. Betty still getting away. Miru needs one more hit. He gets it. The feat of warfare secured by PSG by a split second, and it's a 4-3 game, 4 minutes into the game.
PSG Talon completely turned the play around. It's the roam from bot lane that turns it in their favor. Desamas thinks he has the play with Trimby on the Bard being able to react first, but with the wave crashing from Arteus, he can't respond. And Woody is getting so much value from the Braum in this. Stun 1, kill. Trimby moves towards mid, stun 2, kill. And as Miru goes in with this E, ends up miscalculating barely the damage that he needs, which means one more auto attack goes down, and if you had just a bit more damage onto Maple, maybe it would have been enough. But that Braum getting so much work done here.
But you can see the despair on the staff of Vivo Cade Stars as they realized this early game where they had that advantage from the initial invade, from Desamas has now turned into a PSG advantage. Maple's Orianna at 2-0 now. And this is the last dance here for Maple if PSG do not secure the win in this game. The last dance, excuse me.
Hey, look, we might have a last dance, we'll see, but for Maple, it's been a long time coming. This guy's been around for so long, has been a veteran of the LPL, the LCP, has existed on so many iterations of so many different teams, and to play for over a decade at this stage and still be hitting Worlds is such an incredible accomplishment.
Exactly, 2-0 on this Ori early on. They want to win this game. They want to make sure this isn't the last game that we see Maple in at Worlds, and they're going to keep doing everything they can to make that a reality. It is a very small lead for PSG after that bloodbath at the VKS red buff, and now Karsa is wrapping around to look for a gank here in the bottom lane. Woody stepping forward, he'll come out from the VKS support as they back away. Karsa level 5 here with an Fury. Pretty scary stuff. That control ward's gonna get cleared out by Desamas, but there's no more fight to be had.
Desamas still has an advantage though with the team out fully completed, whereas Karsa just sitting on the 2 longswords, so VKS still looking to fight. The stun is there, but the Braum, the value from these stuns is so high in these fights.
It just does so much. You just tag the guy, all right, it's up to the rest of the team to do the work. Tag the next guy, all right, rest of the team to do the work. You can just make sure that everybody is controlled all at once. Desamas on the Nocturne, that Tiamat can do so much to accelerate a clear that is already very fast. And once Desamas hits level 6, which is just one more camp, I do want to see how much value he can get out of the Paranoia. I feel like Nocturne is one of those champions, similar to something like Karthus, where you have that extremely long cooldown in the jungle on the ulti, so you have to make sure you're getting value every time you cast.
There's a hobbit over the wall here. Looks like he wants to try and get again into this jungle. Has the push in mid, plus Woody to help him out. Actually, it's going to be the scuttle, but again, what started off as Desamas trying to be creative and get that early advantage, now just hasn't really netted into anything, thanks to that invade on the bottom side from PSG. So all things considered, it's still PSG Talon with a slight goal lead, but the presence on the map, that is the much more crucial part for shutting down this sort of double assassin comp.
Remy rotating into mid now to try to help Miru, who is feeling the additional pressure of Woody's presence up here. Woody now making his way up towards the top side of the map. Miru level 7 on the Akali, does have the Hex Tech alternator for the extra little bit of burst here in the trades, but Maple's already got his catalyst, you can see, picking up the tier 1 boots and the blasting one now as well, working towards getting that Rod of Ages online as early as possible. And I feel like that whenever you have a champion that wants to build these stacking items, like a Rod of Ages, like a Utah Wild Arrows, anything that just needs to stack to be full power, getting a couple early kills is just that much stronger than even it would normally be.
It really is, and it just sets you up so nicely. But Karsa now just hit level 6 as he got into the pit, so that Maple Karsa combo could start to come alive if VKS end up overextending just a little bit. Don't have the Poppy in position to try and block that combo from PSG Talon.
Exactly, neither one of the top laners has their teleport available to try to join this fight. Desamas wants to step forward and at least try to smite one of the grubs away. He will get the single one. Paranoia has already been cast. Miru tries to move forward, but the Feather Storm already flies out. Void grubs overall secure by the side of PSG. Desamas wants to jump in, but Betty's gonna stay safe. The barrier isn't even needed as Miru's the next target here for Karsa. He keeps himself invulnerable for an extra second and jumps back over the wall. Now the wall's gonna be your next target. He has to flash away. PSG, they come out +1 grub, +1 kill.
Desamas thought once that Feather Storm was gone, he might have a chance of picking off Betty, but the rest of the team can't step up. And again, Morteus is trying so hard to get into these fights, but he just can't do it.
Miru's Akali also not getting the chances he needs to find that massive burst damage that Akali has to find to win the fights. Let's take another look.
And look at how the darkness plays a massive factor here as well, because as we start to play into this, you'll see the Braum stun is nearly on towards I think it's Trimby at the start of this, or maybe it is the Samus as we go to the pit, but not able to follow up because there's no vision of the Samus as they go into the pit. And as to Miru, sorry, they'd love one more auto attack, but they're just not able to see him thanks to the shadow and then everything else. And then as the Samus goes in, Betty gets a great feather pullback, which just shuts down the fight, but Morteus can't just sit on a target and deal the DPS he wants to. He's essentially chasing after all these members of PSG as they're jumping in and out, and can't really be the threat you want him to be in that fight.
Exactly, he gets to shoot Braum, which is exactly what PSG wants him doing because it means he can't be effective. Now PSG moving over to the first Drake, they'll have the Scuttle Crab right next to it as a side dish, and it doesn't look like anybody from VKS has anything to say about it. PSG gonna secure their second objective of the game.
And as you already said, Maple is so accelerated in this game. The early Rod of Ages and the ability to now just pretty handily side lane into this Akali is huge for PSG, because that's really the big issue with Orianna, is how vulnerable she is in a side lane. But when you just deal more damage than your opposition, and you get more of a shield, and you get tankier because of the Rod of Ages, it makes that threat significantly less viable for VKS.
And one thing that I always look at in 2025 League of Legends specifically, when you're accelerated with Rod of Ages and you're able to purchase it at about 10 minutes, 10.5 minutes, that means it hits 10 stacks and you get that huge power spike at Otacon, which is where we see so many bloodbaths, so many throws, and Miru now pulled back by the shockwave, having to use the ulti defensively to get himself away. And with Woody's help, Maple just continues finding himself in great positions in this game. Karsa wants to jump in with the ulti, but Trimby's here to try to protect Miru. PSG, they have more men in the area, but it's not going to stay that way for long. Maple caught up here with the Tempered Fate. Miru looking for a little bit more. Boal has joined, and so is Morteus. It's everybody from VKS. Maple's already down, and it looks like VKS wants a little bit more. Keeper's Verdict knocking one away. Aja needs some damage back and goes all out to find Miru. Eddie still safe for now. Karsa trapped in the pit, but can just jump right over pretty easily. Morteus still chasing, maybe not with the Ruin. No, nothing more to find. It's 2 for 1 for VKS.
At least PSG Talon gets something back, but it's a nice collapse for VKS. PSG way overextending there, and honestly Maple needed to flash the Tempered Fate before it actually hit. So good damage and turnaround here, but Trimby on the roam up interrupts Karsa as he goes to the play, and at this stage they try to back away, realize that TP's coming in. Maple needed to flash that though, because that would have given the opportunity for PSG to start to walk away from this. But as VKS all collapse, you've got the follow-up from Desamas. Morteus is in a fantastic spot to actually turn on this play. I thought once Boal knocked Betty away, this was going to be a turnaround play for VKS, but Aja able to get enough space after the kill to escape.
And we're back to a nearly even gold state, Dagda. This game is looking like it's going to be another close one. We have about 2.5 minutes till both the Rift Herald and the second Drake spawn. Whenever those timers are synced up, it does make things a little bit interesting as Betty's forced to use the Featherstorm there. The exhaust from the Summoner Spellbook from Trimby, putting the pressure on the enemy AD carry. But now PSG's coming around from the side. Trimby's gonna pay the price. Taken low, taken out. Nice moves coming in from PSG, but Miru wants one back. He's exhausted, but Karsa chases him too far, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
VKS are responding well to the PSG plays, but still, they're getting these kills back and forth. Karsa getting that combo we were talking about with Maple works out well to begin with, but Miru answering back. And it's Boal who didn't have to move, so he gets some turret plating on the side.
Yep, a little bit of extra money for the Poppy, and I think that as this game goes on, as we continue to see what looks like it's going to be a bloodbath of team fights, Boal's accuracy with Keeper's Verdict is going to play a huge role in how these fights go. If he can knock out multiple players from PSG, turn a fight into a 3v5, then you got some serious danger. Desamas just flies in like a ballistic missile to take out Betty, who still had half cooldown remaining on his Featherstorm. Morteus with the Arc of Ruin to slow down Karsa. The Tempered Fate to lock him up further, but they don't have enough damage. He gets away with the Blast Cone for now, and Morteus hits him with a couple more orbs to take him out.
It may not be the end of it though. Aja is desperately trying to fight for this wave to keep it away from the tower, but Boal is slowly encroaching, and so is the rest of VKS.
And it's so hard to kill Boal, even though it looks like he's low, because he has Sundered Sky. The amount of healing you get from this item is really powerful, and so Boal feels encouraged to continue moving forward. Steadfast presence stops Cassante from moving forward, and that just means that no more fights to be had.
But there is one with a stone turret on the bottom side for Miru. That's what VKS are constantly doing. They are putting pressure onto PSG, but always having another lane in their favor. So Miru again collapses a wave. Again, PSG Talon lose out on the side lane. And now with Dragon in 30 seconds, we're seeing a ton of these items already completed. And I think about half more going to be finished off here for VKS right before that objective spawns.
Stride Breaker done for Nocturne is absolutely massive. The active part of this item is so helpful for securing your paranoia kills, and Morteus just gets obliterated. Nice pick from PSG.
That was exactly what PSG Talon needed to do, because as VKS come back onto the map, they will be terrifying. But Morteus, not having flash, not having that ult dodge, makes it very difficult to escape this combo from the mid jungle of PSG Talon, and they use it perfectly.
PSG going to secure their second Drake of the game here, continue stacking those objectives. However, that also means they're going to secure themselves the boots. They've already got 2 neutrals. That'll be their third. So it's feats of strength for the PSG side here in game number 3, as the Rift Herald is on the map, but it was the Dragon the priority for PSG. They know that's the easier one to take. They know that's the one they'll be able to get. They're still trying to defend this tier 1 turret down here. Miru's clearing waves critically. Ticks level 11 on the Akali, so second level of the ulti.
Yeah, VKS also aware the PSG are down here because they saw the probes being started by Karsa. So still hovering to make sure that Miru will be safe and can freeze his wave so no extra pressure towards him.
All right, Maple just continuing the shove out there. DeSamus wants to jump in, but the problem is it's 2v3 right now. Miru continuing to jump forward, and Maple is down. Woody and Karsa now trying to get away. Miru's got to be careful to not be stunned up underneath the turret. Karsa still running. Morteus from the side jumps in point blank range for the Arc of Ruin. And Karsa, he flashes too late. He's already down. Trimby goes forward, but they don't even need the stun. It's a double kill for Morteus. The Yunara shows him what he's got.
The VKS playbook of playing pick after pick after pick is still alive in this game number 3, and PSG Talon are struggling to keep pace. Once more, they're desperate to try and keep VKS at bay. We'll see it as we get into this. So already VKS are aware the PSG Talon are on this bottom side. The Krugs are already taking half damage thanks to the double Q from Karsa. But DeSamus sees the opportunity that he needs, and great play and patience from Miru. Waits for the ultimate from the Braum before he goes over, and then finishes off the kill onto Maple. Majority of the gold now gone, and Morteus sees his opportunity, doesn't quite hit the slow. But Kraken Slayer Yunara is so strong at this point in the game, and they rip through the jungle support of PSG Talon.
And that's what it looked like. Karsa not keeping track of the Kraken proc, flashing away when he thinks it would have took 2 more auto attacks to kill him, but the Kraken Slayer bears its fangs and takes him out. 0, 5, and 6 for Karsa on this Nefiri has constantly been punished by VKS here in game number 3. Morteus now with Runon's Hurricane fully completed, with Cole cashed in. Miru in the mid lane, he's got his rocket belt already done, and Shadow Flame is just about ready to slide across the cashier's till. This next purchase is going to make that Akali even stronger, and DeSamus is starting up the Herald on his own.
Yeah, the Rift RLI might be the credit card that needs to buy that purchase, because if you can play that on a side lane and get him a little bit of extra gold, Miru can be so strong. But even taking this mid lane structure could be fantastic. Morteus taking the... hang on.
Wow, yeah,
Miru's on the way.
Tempered Fate and everything. Miru's making his way over. Here's Paranoia. It's DeSamus, level 11 with the extra range of the Nocturne. Flying in, 2 already dead on the PSG side. Betty flashes away. Miru's in the smoke. Another 5-point strike. They try to whittle Betty away. They will not get the kill. DeSamus decided it's not worth it for the Herald. I don't care. Kill these guys, then we'll go back and get it later.
21, 22, 23, and 24. It was the CB LOL and LATAM America that were pushed out of Worlds by this region. But here, VKS fighting back. 4.5k gold lead. Rift Herald in their pockets. And with 20 minutes just around the corner, the opportunity to keep the pace of this game going is still there.
This is such a huge game for Brazil. Such a huge moment for VKS. If they can win this, eliminate PSG, break that curse that you're talking about of so many years falling to the regions that now comprise the LCP. For VKS, this would make them champions of Brazil more than they already are. This is the kind of performance that Brazilian fans want to see at Worlds. This is what they've been hoping for after the first two disappointing games that VKS showed on the stage so far. And honestly, Dagda, the VKS that I've been seeing here today, even in the game that they lost, are looking like a totally different team.
It's the VKS that came second, the VKS that pushed LTA North all the way to that finals to try and take them down. And once more, they're opening up in this midway. They have the Rip Tower, but they don't need to use it here. PSG talent are just spread thin.
Yeah, even though the grubs did overall go to PSG, you've still got the one grub for that extra little bit of sizzle and spice on the turrets. Feels good for VKS to have that extra pushing power. Now Otacon is on the Rift. And VKS fans will remember game number 2. Obviously, that game was much closer at this point, right? Only like 1,000 gold apart or somewhere thereabouts. So it was much easier to toss that advantage away. However, VKS still need to be careful around this objective.
But VKS this game seem to know what they want. It is picks on side lanes with Desamas and Miru, making sure you can find these quick assassinations and not let PSG find a moment's respite. This is where PSG are dangerous though, when they can group up and when they can look for Morteas. That Maple-Karsa combo still exists.
All right, PSG, they've got to try to stop this bleeding. They've got to survive these pick attempts from VKS, but Miru is moving through the enemy jungle. He's setting himself up on the flank. Maple's about to face check into the Akali, but no, he throws the ball in instead. The lights are going off. Desamas is going in. The feathers have already flown, and now it's a little bit of danger for Desamas, but Miru jumps into the back line. Karsa trying to get away, but a nice separate fake there onto the enemy support. Woody is locked up, and Karsa's already down. It's 2 kills for nothing for VKS. Aja gonna be your next target here. Cassante is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. They'll slam him back into the wall. They'll knock him down. Miru's on a rampage, and VKS just murdered 3 of them.
Desamas is the feint, while Miru is the hook that's following up behind it. Trimby manages to catch Betty.
Betty's down. Beautifully done from VKS. Every time Desamas uses his ultimate, Betty immediately featherstorms defensively to not get caught out. But that just means that as long as VKS can find that follow-up punch you're talking about, the Zaya is a sitting duck.
It's the dragon taken for VKS. And so much more in that fight. The gold firmly in their favor, control in their favor, but PSG, they're TPing in. They want to try and catch VKS before they can reset, but they're too little. It's too late.
This is desperation. There's not any time to possibly punish this, but let's take another look as Desamas flicks the lights.
And that's the thing, it's this fake engage from Desamas. He goes on to Betty and goes, peace, I'm out of here, immediately gets away from all that damage, but opens up for Miru to be the damage dealer in the back line. The ultimate onto Woody means that you don't have that safety net in the Braum when these assassins get into the back line. And honestly, the fact that Boal manages to stop the engage follow-up works perfectly. I think the hearts are racing for many a VKS fan.
Yeah, you could see the staff earlier in the game, the sadness on their faces when the level 3 invade didn't go so well, but now the happiness, the joy at the fact that they're this far ahead in the game. Everybody gathered around the top side here for the Otacon as PSG try to dig in and defend.
It's so difficult. VKS have so many ways to attack, they have so many ways to set it up, but PSG desperately want to try and find their moment, but I don't think Otacon is it. If you have this push in mid with the tier 2 tower already gone, you always have Desamas when that ultimate is available, who can shift over towards this top side. And Miru is just sitting in the back line waiting for the engage.
Exactly, Miru is always on the pincer. VKS want to try to take down this tier 1 turret before they really try to force anything hard. There's immediately your Tempered Faithfulness Keeper's verdict. Now they're diving in the carries, they're both dead! Maple and Betty right in the picture, and Miru's still hungry for more. Karsa, Woody, and Aja all have to scatter as the carries get assassinated. Perfectly coordinated there. Keeper's verdict takes out the supportive roster. here. Tempered Fate locks up the turret so they can make the dive, and then they jump in. Maple and Betty die before there's anything they can do about it.
VKS just kicked in the front door and said, do you really think you're safe here? The golden key to take them down. The Otacon is theirs, the towers are falling, and it looks like VKS have found a way to take down PSG Talon against what so many people thought was going to be a done and dusted series.
VKS have truly turned things around in this series. Their first two games, everybody wanted to see more. It felt like the team wasn't finding strategies that worked. They weren't playing coordinated enough together to find any chance to win. They were making mistakes and throws, and now they're 41 flowers to 15. They're 9,000 gold ahead. They're in a great spot to win this game.
And they did it by taking out the heart of PSG Talon, taking out the 2018 MSI champion Karsa. 0-7 on this Neferi. What was supposed to be a key part of the combo has been taken and shot and thrown to the curb, and it's nothing that he can do. He doesn't even own his own jungle anymore.
Yeah, VKS are ready to keep pushing on this one. They've got the experimental hex plate, completed for Desamas as well, so even more threat when this Nocturne moves in, as PSG still trying to claim their red buffs, trying to defend. At least they'll get the red, as VKS just take everything else from the enemy jungle. 4 turrets already taken by VKS. That mid lane tier 2 is down, side lane tier 2 is still standing. Baron on the board, Dragon spawning in 90 seconds.
And as long as Morteus has his flash, it is difficult for PSG to really make the plays that could bring them back into the game. They want to try and find that pick, and Maple has enough damage in his kit right now to potentially do it. But as long as you have that flash in the Yunara, you have that safety net, and it makes it just even more difficult for PSG Talon to find these timing windows where they can make a play.
And we were talking about Maple's advantage early, about the early 2 kills that would then become 3 kills for the Orianna, the hyper-accelerated 10-minute Rod of Ages. But even that advantage, even that extra safety was not enough to stop this assassination comp on the side of VKS from working its magic. The Nocturne and the Akali providing the threat. Morteus on his Yunara, 6, 2, and 9, providing the consistent DPS that's now accented by an Infinity Edge.
And it's the fact as well that, like, Miru stopped off for the Seeker's arm guard. It was like, cool, I'm probably going to need this in the fight. But the fights have been going so well for VKS, he's now just opting to turn that needlessly large rod into a Rabadon death cap instead, because he never had to burn that safety tool. But Thomas might need to get out of here. Very quickly escapes.
Exactly. He smites down the crab. He makes sure they have the extra vision for the upcoming dragon fight, and then he steps away. Morteus just giving Aja a little bit of a hard time here with a couple of auto attacks, but now backing towards the safety of his own tier 1 turret. Stun onto Karsa. Boal gonna be your target here from Betty and the rest of PSG. Keeper's Verdict wants to knock somebody away, but he's stunned up into the wall instead. Desamas already exhausted. Nice blade caller there. Forces the flash of the VKS jungler. Desamas is down. PSG, they've locked up Miru. They force him into the stasis. The Akali's in danger, but he jumps back away with a Shuriken flip. PSG have found 1 kill and nearly a second. Miru is still on the run. Betty has no summoners to try to chase. Maple's got his flash, but Miru is still running. Karsa over the wall. He wants to try to catch this enemy mid laner. This could be the opportunity PSG needs to come back into the game. Trimby buying time. Magical journey over the wall. Morteus firing out the Arc of Triumph. Now Trimby flashes. Stays alive for now. Keeper's Verdict channeled again. Morteus just firing back into the PSG lines. Miru jumps in, and now Betty's in danger. He goes for the Feather Storm, but VKS turn it right back around. Miru finally dies. Maple's getting away now. Aja with a nice third and Tofo strike, putting the pressure onto Trimby, who gets away through the Otacon wall. Now Boal scrapping with Aja back and forth. Maple barely standing. Desamas has respawned. By the time he gets close to the fight, he'll have the paranoia.
I think though VKS just want to try and get away from this. They ended up grouping for Maple Shockwave. Everyone around his teleport thinking they might have a chance, but Maple never used it in the initial engage. So the slow on the auto attack from Trimby was huge because it gave Mir the opportunity to escape. He still has the flash. The slow coming through onto these members was huge. And then Morteus stepping forward, he has the damage. Maple went back to base, which was the go button for VKS. But watch as Maple comes in here. Everybody groups for the shockwave from Maple, which takes Morteus low, which shuts down the Miru on the Sakali. And then the Cassante has enough to finish them off.
Ooh, some frustration on the VKS camp, but honestly, it looked like feelings of despair from the PSG staff side. They know that even if they found a couple of kills there, this game is still in dire straits.
But it's 8K gold that didn't look like that in that last fight. That looked like PSG Talon able to separate out the two assassins, deal with them in transit because Aja could buy the space. But if they can find those fights again, maybe they have a chance. As his Rabadon death cap now complete onto Maple. It is a second dragon for BKS though, which makes these assassins much more durable as they jump into the backline.
And I do want to point out, because you mentioned it earlier, because he had to break his arm guard in the previous fight, Miru instead decides to complete the Zhonya's hourglass to make sure that he can stay safe when he jumps in for these fights. So still a little bit longer to go before the Rabadons arrives for the Akali. Immortal Shield Bow completed now on Morteus, so extra survivability here for the Yunara to make sure he doesn't drop. And even in the top lane, Dead Man's Plate completed now alongside the Thimblewinter and the Sundered Sky for Bilal. This guy now has even more opportunities to find those angles for the wall stuns.
And Trimby, crucially, 2 items completed. The Redemption and the Lock is going to help to keep Morteus safe from these PSG combos. But still, PSG are fighting well. Aja is in a very strong spot. And if he can get access to Morteus and to Miru, that's where you have to start to stress as VKS.
Aja, level 16 now on the Cassante, the highest level player on the PSG side. Boal going towards the bottom lane, looking to keep this pushing straight into the tier 3 turret, as he will provide an extra area of threat. And you can see now recalls being channeled on the PSG side. Critically for PSG, nobody has Unleashed Teleport. So as long as Boal drags somebody down here, he's got to teleport to join back up in the fight at the Baron, and that's going to give VKS, a macro advantage.
And even the damage that he has from the Sundered Sky, you can see the Poppy Shield there doing quite a bit of damage to that turret. So if he gets a little bit of alone time, that inhibitor turret on the bottom side will fall, and that'll be the base cracked for VKS. Slow and patient is the game for VKS. But you've also got to worry, like Orianna late game, Cassante late game. These are not picks that you just push over.
Desamas with his Guardian Angel completed as his 3rd item. Remember, in the previous game, around the Baron fight, it was Karsus fed Jarvan with a Guardian Angel that made things happen. Now we'll see Trimby getting away on a magical journey before he takes excessive damage from the PSG side. Boal going to go ahead and take a recall as VKS start up the Baron. TP coming in from Boal to join up with everybody else. Keep your eyes on the Keeper's Verdict. Depending on who he knocks away, that could be absolutely massive. Baron already down to half HP. Miru Shuriken flipping away, does not want to jump back in onto Aja. Boal and Desamas, the two doing the damage onto the Baron right now. PSG on the approach. Aja jumps forward. Nice little lock up there with a Tempered Fate onto Karsa, but it already wears off. Baron down to 6K. VKS back away from the objective. PSG restarted at about half HP. The Scryer's Bloom is going to see them.
This is what PSG want though, the front to back fight, and VKS know it. PSG feeling that this might be their moment to push VKS back.
And VKS will back away from that objective. Objective bounties falling off soon, even though PSG still down about 8,000. Boal, Miru, and Morteus just looking for any moment they could find. This game is so tense for an 8,500 gold lead, Dagda.
But that's because VKS know they need to take these fights with Miru on a flank, to have a threat onto Betty, to have a threat onto Maple. Because if it's just front to back, and Aja is able to walk at Miru like he did in that last fight, they don't have what it needs to carry this through. It is an 8K gold lead, but we are fast approaching full items.
And now immediately Desamas jumps in after Karsa. The fear has already been applied and the dog is in danger. Trimby takes him out. Betty's your next target. Featherstorm already used it. Miru is rooted up. He uses the second half of the ulti to get away, but it's a massive shockwave coming in from Maple. Aja jumps forward into the front line, but he's taking a ton of damage. Glacial Fissure to try to protect the escape route. Has more damage pours into Aja's health bar, but he goes all out onto Boal. Aja looking to make his escape. A little bit more damage from the top laner is not going to be enough here just yet. VKS, they kill the enemy jungler. Bawal has to flash to try to get away. Another slam into the ground here with the Q. Bawal is in danger. Where's the backup from VKS? PSG fighting for their lives. Bawal stays alive. Aja and Woody about to die outside of the base. And Maple is the only man standing. VKS, they ace him.
BKS have done it! BKS have found their moment with that magical journey into the base! It might be a magical moment to keep their dreams alive at Worlds 25!
Karsa, the only man standing. He's the one who died first. He has to try to defend here. He jumps in to find a single kill, but he will now drop. The Guardian Angel is the only thing to fall for Desamas. Nobody else is alive on PSG. This is Brazil! And VKS stay alive at Worlds 25.
VKS play their game! Leave everything on the rift! And today, they will stand as victors and walk that path once more at Worlds 2025.
What an incredible showing from VKS to stay in the competition here at Worlds. After their first two games, we're not at the level they wanted. We're not at the level their fans wanted. This series, this best of three, where almost everyone predicted PSG to be the favorites, it's VKS who rise to the occasion.
Because it was PSG Talon who stepped up against Gen G. It was PSG Talon who stepped up against Hanwha. But it's VKS who stepped up here today and now are bowing as winners in front of the crowd.
Beautifully done and incredibly well fought from VKS. Game number one, a stomp, utter domination. Game number two was a really good showing from PSG. VKS fought back valiantly, but PSG came out on top. And then here in game number three, for as scrappy as it was early, it's VKS that ultimately rise above.
Man, we need to ban Desamas for playing Jarvan. That performance today from this man, even though he struggled in game two against Karsa, played fantastically. You can see Karsa bowing out there with the rest of PSG Talon. Tears in his eyes. Tried everything he could today, but unfortunately that just wasn't quite enough.
It's the final bow for PSG, but a moment of victory for VKS as we hand things back over to the analyst desk.
They did it, and Raz, I am proud of you for not flip-flopping again.
This is Brazil! You know, you stuck with them, Raz.
True.
For once, I respect you.
Thank God. I had the flip-flops. I had it right here. It was staring directly at me. We're not using
Didn't
it.
need them.
Always believed in, yeah. They had it in them, and I want to take a look at that final fight because, oh boy, they had to work for it. But it's the coordination from VKS that made the difference here.
You can feel the nerves a little bit. I feel this game, they had a big lead, but were struggling to close it out. You can see the experience from PSG trying to find ways back in. And this was a scrappy final fight, especially what ended up happening. Bawal here, he got dragged away over the wall, and then the rest of his team are starting to make moves towards Baron, but he's still going.
That's the funny part about this, is that everyone's like, all right, see you, we're going to Baron. And then Trimby, Desamas are like, wait a minute. Maybe we can save you? What can we get out of this play? Then the Bard Q comes through. Desamas just full sends himself in for the fight. It's that slow realization where you're like, wait a minute, we just won the damn series.
It's such a cool moment as well. Especially Mortez, who was like so ready just to go to Baron, moving over. Remember, he was just like, yeah, guys, I was here. I'm here for the final game and here for the picture.
Part of the family photo, yeah.
Yeah, for sure when you come into that final game, especially with so much on the line, with so much pressure, you have to be sure that the draft that you choose is going to be the one that's going to bring you the victory. What did you think about both approaches here?
Ooh, it's funny, because I liked the side of PSG's draft. I mean, the tried and true, they used it a lot. Yep. Nefiri and Orianna. I called for the Orianna, we got to see it, the scaling was there for the pick, but it was like a question of how coordinated was the dive going to be from VKS?
And yeah, I remember you saying this is like the combo, the mid-jungle that VKS used in their finals up against Flycross that worked well. I was a little worried about the Bard because, you know, Trimby on the Bard was great, but I feel like on the Alistair, you know, that game they won on that, he was leading the charge well, and it felt like you know, you can't as easily do that with Bard. You can obviously set up plays, set up engages, but you can't be that body in the front line. But the execution was so good on the back of that.
I'm actually proud of him because, again, historically, Trumby, not a ranged champion player. He shines on those engaged champions. Rakan is the main one, Alistar is the second one maybe, but for me it goes to show how much he grew as a player, being able to maneuver that champion today.
Yeah, and even just like that composition as a whole, that's something they have to feel comfortable on. Like you mentioned it, that's the duo that won versus FlagQuest in their finals. And so now you're in match point, series point. Like if you lose here, you're gone. For them to pull something out like this, I felt the Samus and Miru did a great job of being able to come through, but also Morteus really turned up.
Oh yeah.
Like, he ran them down in multiple of those team fights.
Every single fight. I think there were so many moments where PSG thought they could just get away and lick their wounds, and the Morteus would just fly in, slam a haymaker, just clean them all up. Yeah, every single time.
When I had questions about whether or not he's going to have like the nerves to be on a stage like this is his first Worlds, obviously. He's a rookie on a stage. That there's so much natural pressure here that he runs right down them. I was like, okay, fight's over. Seems like VKS would lose. No. The extension of the fight always went in their favor because of him.
Wow.
Yeah, and a situation like this as well, diving into an Ethereum of Romans, but like, yeah, I've got the confidence, I'm moving forwards, I'm cleaning up the fights. Lots of moments like this.
Yeah, there were exactly that. And so you have to give him a lot of credit to be able to bring up that confidence. And I talked about a lot of the player cams for him in particular, because Brazil is known for anytime you get a pop-off team fight like that, you have a player that will always raise the volume on your team. Morteus is that guy. And so it was nice to see him put in 36% of the damage, 36.8. A lot of trust in him as a player for good reason.
And it's so impressive to see them come collectively together today, especially after those first few games, especially after the failures that they experienced, the difficulties that they had at the beginning of their Worlds run. This bunch of players, rookie, we are going to have Trumby in just a couple of seconds joining us at the desk. He's walking towards us right now, but I'm speechless, honestly, that they had it in them.
I think it's difficult with the context of they had issues arriving even to Worlds, right? And also with the start of how Swiss has gone. To bounce back like this against a team like PSG with so much experience, it's a huge achievement.
It's insane. Like this kind of a bump up. I don't know what happened in scrims or what happened in the conversation coming into a day like this.
It's that hurdle at the beginning of the day. It's that hurdle at the beginning of the day. We can ask them right now. Is it something they ate? Is it something they played? Trumby is getting ready right now. Thank you so much. Let's go.
Hello.
Whoa.
Fucking hell, I'm tired.
Man, tell us about today. Yeah, well, thank you for taking the time to join us here, because first things first, congratulations,
Thank
man.
you.
Last time you came to the desk, completely different story.
Yeah.
It has been one hell of a journey for you.
It's been crazy. I think today's games, I do think we should have won the second game too, because it was really convincing at first, but yeah, like there's still some of the issues that we have right with like certain things, but I think we improved a lot last days. So I'm happy to see the result on stage.
We saw the pre-game huddle. You guys are hyped as hell.
That one, yeah. It's a special, it's a Brazilian thing, at least for this team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like for you guys to be down 0-2 coming into this, and the way you guys came down 0-2, it's like you weren't playing the game you guys played at home.
Yeah.
What was the difference to be able to show that here today?
I think the thing is we didn't have much trainings before too, and everything felt so negative, you know, because we played first games, and it felt like we didn't even have chance to actually see what other team play, right? Like we're the people, the teams that were like, yeah, you know, we picked this, and felt like we got a lot of shit on with that, you know, where like we got shit by like picking Jarvan and Yunara, and like everyone picked that, you know, but we didn't have much preparation going into first days, and of course we played bad. I think we had way too many like struggles coming before in Brazil, like we didn't have much good scrims and everything, so
yeah.
But I do think now, I don't know, just clicked, you know, like we got some nice scrims. I think we realized we actually can win games, but of course coming from the 0-2, the way we lost, right? Like the confidence is just really low, you know. So this win definitely helps a lot.
So game 2 we saw Casa, you know, challenging a lot, invading, and then game 3 Desamas comes in, level 1, goes crazy like that.
That's how he invade,
Was that the game plan? Was that all discussed? Did you just decide to go for it, or how did that play out? How was
Did
that
he
plan?
actually flash over the wall? He just walked. I don't remember. Do you remember? The Nocturne.
We're going to bring that right now, actually.
I would like to see,
we're going to have that invade. He played so well around Vision.
Tricks, Oh, he knew the ward,
Yeah, he didn't flash. He just.
no, he knew the ward. Yeah, the ward. Yeah, the Zombies is really, he's called to be like the Brazilian Canyon. I generally think like with the Vision for sure, I think he's like, he plays really well because Canyon, I would always say was like the best jungler I've ever seen playing around Vision. But I do think he plays more like Owner anyway. I think Canyon is more like a, you know, but I think, you could compare them a little bit. I mean, that's what I would say, but of course it's a big comparison, okay? Like, sorry, like I'm not the EU carrier, right? I'm just not, straight up.
I know your bard is pretty good.
True, maybe they don't give you the bard again.
Okay, but that one, when they double tip it, whatever. It's been quite a bit of issues, but at least we had some fun this series for sure. But yeah, it's been quite of a stressful time. Like definitely going 0-2 and then playing. I still think LCP is very underrated, right? So I didn't know what to come for. Like pretty much, I was watching like all the CFO, and then like right when we played against TSW, it just feels like those teams that were so strong. And I think PSG was also strong, right? But of course they had their weaknesses. That's why they were third. Yeah. So it was, I was not sure what to like expect. And I do think they played all right, but I'm happy we played way better than them.
What was like the exact thing that it felt like it clicked for you guys? That made it so you guys were able to come on here with confidence?
I think understanding what we actually want to do and how we want to play, it was the most important, because I think before we were trying to fill in to what seems to be the meta, right? Like the way teams played and who we played against. And then we just realized that some things are just not for us. And we're like, let's just do this way and let's see if it can actually work for us. And I think also getting those practice that actually made us feel like we can actually play League of Legends, because those 2 games that we played on stage, it really didn't feel like we were actually like performing at all, right? So coming here today, having this first game where like, even, I mean, it was of course hard, right, to some extent, to some point, but I think the fact that we actually could make plays and be advantageous, be the one coming on top of those plays, I think just showcases that even though, right, we're like from the worst region, of course, doesn't mean that we're gonna just lose by, in a team fight meta where you have to fight well, right? We're just gonna lose. I think we actually did really solid in that, and of course we had some silly mistakes, but that's something we've been struggling whole year, right? So it's step by step.
We're gonna have the draw show soon. Do you want to stay with us and find out?
Yeah, I can. I saw Crisp. I saw Crisp waiting there.
I know.
I was like,
that's not a good news for Europe. I gotta say.
When I played, every time I played against him, I got demolished. I really hope this time he doesn't make my life harder too.
I have flashbacks from 2019 when he demolished Europe's hopes in France against G2 3-0. I'm like, we gave it to you in 2019 in Europe. Please give it to us this time around in China. Definitely. A merciful draw. Is what we're hoping for.
I'm just asking for North America versus Europe. We need that at least. That's the only ask I have, Yuri. Please, Chris.
I mean, I would like to play like... I mean, Koi is tough opponent too, but honestly, I mean, he should just bring whatever, whatever we need. If we can't win against the weakest team, it doesn't really matter. We just need to win against the strong ones too.
All right, so what we have so far is that KT and AL have advanced to the knockout stage. They will be in Shanghai in a week from now, which means that there's 6 spots remaining for the quarterfinals.
Ox, if you got me with a matchup that you're interested in, because there's a lot of killers in Group 1-2.
I'm hoping we don't get Genji HD.
Good thing is, there's not going to be any repeat matchups here. So if a team is drawn against someone that they have already played, or if a draw would force 2 teams into a repeated matchup, the drawn team will be moved on to the next available matchup.
So if you're wondering, G2 played Top Esports, 100 Thieves played MG, and BKS have played
Just give me G2 fly. That's all I'm asking.
That's what I want. I want that revenge from NSI.
That would be fun.
I'm still salty about this one.
I'll give you Fly Genji.
Oh, I'll pass. I'll pass on that one. Give me 100 Thieves Koi. Oh, these are okay. Let's see what we got here, Chris.
Let's see the technique.
Oh
Okay,
my god.
Better than JJ.
So much better than JJ.
I saw him practicing it.
Ah, there you go.
Okay, G2.
Okay, okay. FlyQuest,
Rise
FlyQuest.
over FlyQuest.
I can sense it. I don't even need to see the ball pull down. I'm closing my eyes at the moment.
If it's not FlyQuest, I'm blaming you.
Oh, my bad. The truth. Don't mind.
Oh my god.
Crisp was our go. Crisp?
We're
I
coming
appreciate
for you,
Chris.
Raz. We're
Thank
coming for you this time.
Hell no.
Oh, wow.
Trimby, I know you're LTA, but who are you rooting for?
Let's be honest. I have some EO roots in me.
There you
Oh my
go.
god. What about the LTA, man?
I mean, I'm wishing to get LTA, but in the other group, you know, like 100 teams BKS. Like
True.
All right, Genji.
Genji.
is the second team.
Oh my god. People are calling for it. Is it HLE, the Hanwha?
The crowd goes wild, by the way. I don't know if you can hear them,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
They're
anticipating that matchup.
Chris.
All right, rolling the
Top
drums here.
esports. Is it top? Bro, Chris, show it already.
I like how
Oh my god.
His former team! His former team!
Absolute banger of a series.
He did it to his former
Oh
team!
my god, Chris.
He just did it to them. That's
Hux,
brutal.
How do you feel about this one?
I chose death.
He doesn't feel anything. That's great.
I'm numb.
Numb. That's
Okay,
what he
this
is.
means
All
we'll be
right,
getting
Genji.
HLE
CFO, right?
up against
Yeah.
CFO, yeah.
Oh my.
Wow.
That's gonna be spicy.
What a good matchup.
Yeah.
Especially on mid lane. I mean, mid lane too, of course, but I really like the AD matchup.
AD
Viper-
matchup, yeah.
Viper
And
against
Dogo.
Dogo, wow. Dogo is playing very aggressive.
And Noah played a lot before as well in the LPL, so...
Yeah.
That is super high.
Taking a step back
What?
and look at all of
That is
this.
super high.
Crazy matchup.
G2 versus FlyQuest, whoever wins gets out of Swiss.
Wow.
Is crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That's
it's
actually
a
insane.
cinematic.
I mean, for all the other matchups we had before, I'm happy with that. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy.
It's funny, G2 of course have had bad runs, like in terms of like unlucky draws.
Yeah.
The last time they had a decent draw, who they faced was NRG.
True, that is true.
You know what?
It seemed very easy at first
Yeah.
to you. But
Oh, now it's the,
From an
she's on the other foot. Yeah.
From an LCK perspective, I'm just glad he dodged Genji HLE.
What are you praying for now, Trimby?
my AD wanted to play T1, but I was like,
I keep on hearing this. MKoi told me the same thing. And
they
I'm
want to
like,
play T1.
why?
Right? I don't know, it's just like the excitement, I think.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I never played against Carrier, so, you know,
Oh, that would
I would
be
love to
nice.
see it.
All right, BLG.
Right out the gate.
Okay.
People are chanting tier 1, by the way. They're
Wow.
chanting T1.
I see a lot of
You see,
BLG
everyone
team
wants to
signs.
play T1.
Yes.
Everyone wants to play T1. Oh my. Nah, please. If now it's BKS, it's gonna be, I don't wanna see the reaction.
Open that up. What do we got, Chris?
Got a peek.
He's speaking every time.
Show it to us.
No.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, guys, they didn't look that
They didn't look
good,
that
okay?
good.
They didn't look
They
that
struggled.
good, okay?
100 thieves
They're
with them. He
like-
beat 100 thieves. So
They're like top one,
theoretically,
they want LPN, but
it's fine.
it's better. It's better.
Hey, 100 Thieves beat them and you beat 100
Yeah.
Thieves, so...
And we are technically way better than 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's what you said.
There you
That's
go!
all I'm saying.
I
That's
like
all
those
I'm saying.
odds.
Give me 100 Thieves right here.
Wow,
MKoi
MKoi?
versus 100.
Come on.
I wanna see that
100
matchup. I
thieves.
wanna see it.
Please, I'm begging. Oh, he feels it. He feels the 100 Thieves power in there. Do we get double?
Boom.
Do we get it? Just show it to us.
Show it.
Oh,
That's good for us, though.
Whoa,
Is it?
Sorry?
Isn't it? That's
a good job
for
for
us.
MKoi.
I think MKoi, I think is stylistically really good
Guys.
that team, in my opinion.
Oh.
Can
Alright.
100
I
Thieves
like what I'm hearing here.
Wow.
catch a break?
That's true.
Oh, you're right.
That's true.
Every time!
And
Oh my
I'll be honest, I'm waiting for Dokla vlog. I wanna see what he's saying.
that is going to be a very angry T1, especially after the first chicken.
Yeah.
should be a very angry 100 Thieves. They literally have just gone up.
That's true.
I'm actually very sorry for them.
That is brutal.
Actually brutal.
That's so messed up.
BLG, top esports, Hardwell Life, and now T1.
Run!
It's unbelievable.
It's the last run for 100 Thieves. They gotta make it
They
count.
gotta sweat for it.
Wow.
An eventful year for these two, and it does stop here, taking on the world champion. What do you think of the draw overall?
I think that
I'm happy with it, honestly. Maybe not trivial.
I feel sorry for 100 Thieves. I think they had a rough. They've had it rough. I really feel that's no one deserves that for sure.
What about yourself, brother?
I mean, it's not. I mean, of course, like, it would be nice to get like 100 T's and coins, right? But to be fair, at the end of the day, if we're not gonna show good performances against BLG and we go to 2, doesn't really matter, right? Like, I think it's good that we play them now because if we actually can beat them, which of course it's manageable. I actually think it's doable, and of course people will, like, you know, be like, for sure, right? But I think if we can actually beat them, we can showcase that we deserve to beat the 2. Because I do think our draws, I mean, compared to like 100 Thieves, right, was just way easier, right? That's for sure.
And maybe after 100 Thieves beat T1, you can then face them.
Wow, imagine for the... Wow, that would be amazing, actually.
For all the marbles.
West is back! West is back!
You were saying that your mid laner is looking forward to facing off against Faker. He was our Oppo player of the series today, and we saw the evolution of VKS from when Miru joined the team.
Yes.
Anything you want to share about your mid laner today and in general, the impact that he has with you guys?
I'm really happy that he showcased such a great performance on that, like, on all these champions, right? Talia and then his Akali, who's like kind of a signature at this point.
Ooh, that's a U replay, by the way.
I mean, that WP is kind of crazy. Maple coming out of a retirement just to get this one dished out. I do think he played extremely well all 3 games, and I'm really happy for him because for sure when it comes to like confidence, we are on our low for sure, and I think he was like struggling a lot with that because he was our like star player, right? And when things are just not going well, it's very hard for you to carry those games, especially on the world stage. So I'm really happy we could play together and try to enable him a little bit, but I think this series he enabled us a little bit more, for sure. That looked like a clip, like a TikTok clip, no?
It actually did.
After this one, I'm like, I hope BLG only saw that clip. I hope from our series only that.
Yeah, just add
I
them.
hope they're scared.
Show dominance.
For sure. Maybe I need to start vlogging like Donkla.
There it is.
There you go.
Hey, we love that kind of content.
That is crazy. That is
The
crazy.
shirtless content too.
No, okay. I mean, he was about to pull out. He was about to take the shirt off.
Zama should have.
Yeah.
Raz really wanted it. Raz said he'd join him if he did.
Hey, if he did it right here, I would have done it.
I mean, you need to invite them. After we win BLG, please
true.
invite. Cause
you guys
Please, we will.
they're mocking me for the fact that you guys are not taking them, right? Because they're a little bit scared of their English, but their English is fantastic. Don't worry, like, go for it.
Okay.
That sounds great to me.
I think it's important. I mean, they will like stress a little bit.
Taking notes. Even Miru, like, I remember him from the LFL, he was fighting
I think
in Chivas,
I think he likes is just
Yeah.
right. I mean, Miru is probably like.
maybe more shy.
Yeah,
But okay,
you can take our coach. You can take our coach. Maybe they can do some
Smiley?
translation. Chris is
Chris?
Seal.
Chris,
Yeah,
all right.
He's really fluent in Korean and English. So
Thank
could
you
help
for
with
that.
that. Yeah, for sure.
Trimby, is there anything you want to add to the Western audience before
True.
we
Stare that
preview?
camera down.
This is
Tell
your
them what they
camera.
want to
This is
hear.
your time.
FlyQuest versus G2. You have to be there. I don't know what time, I don't know what date. Please just write it up whenever you know. I'm not sure if you check it on Loli's or not, but please be there. It's a...
But what about you? What
It's
about
a
your
revenge.
Okay, and about
opportunity?
me, we'll try our best because we play against the first seed of LPL. But
You got this.
we got this, okay? We're gonna
There you
train.
go.
We're gonna train like there's no tomorrow. I think, tomorrow is my birthday, so I'm gonna be really old. I'm gonna be extremely old.
Happy
I'm gonna
birthday!
be 1 year with more experience coming into that game, and I hope I can make it work.
There you
Birthday
go.
buff.
We're just gonna do it now, by the way. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
You can leave it
Happy
better.
birthday, dear Trimby. Happy birthday to you.
I didn't want to mention it.
So,
I think
didn't expect it, I'm sorry.
I wish you a birthday win.
Thank you.
Amazing performance
Wait, are we
today.
actually playing tomorrow, please?
No, you have time. But still. Yeah, in 2 days from now. So yeah, birthday celebration hopefully when we come back. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, I appreciate every single time.
And yeah,
So nice.
Congrats again on taking PSG down. And with with VKS advancing, it also means that we had earlier today another team dropping. It is Fnatic earlier today against MK, and we spoke to Grabs in the Verizon Game Day interview. Let's check it out. Grabs, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Obviously, that's not the way I wanted us to have our first interview of Worlds. Really hard to reflect now because the series just ended and the run as well, but what are your first impressions and take on why things didn't work out for Fnatic this time?
It was really hard to answer this without getting to the detail. And ultimately, I'm responsible for the performance, right? So that was just the level we hit as well. Thanks on me. I think we could have been better. Multiple reasons why I guess it didn't happen. It's not surprising though, because again, we just don't manage to fix the issues we're talking about week in, week out. Could be the way our approach is, could be perhaps being listened. Ultimately, I think it's a competition, and this has been our level. Sure, we played against C4 and BAG. If we play, I don't know, usually we gotta win more, and 70 times we did it bad. Obviously, even the 0-3 feels pretty awful though.
You say not surprising. As a European fan and someone who works at the LEC, for me, it is surprising given what you showed in Madrid with the team, the way you qualified for Worlds, even the series after that as well. So why are you not surprising?
I would disagree with the series afterwards. I think against KC we had a good series against an opponent who was kind of okay. We could get punished. And against Korea, I mean, even maybe definitely not. Maybe one. Of course, drafting isn't easy on that side. Gave me some impatience. But again, we're doing the same mistakes. I think Opus will, like as chaotic. We didn't manage to get it. Could be a staff issue. Could be again, we have to reconfigure certain pairs. This is not a showing you want to have, and consequences will have to happen. I think this team itself has run its course. From staff to players, we have to see. If the org feels a different head coach will be better than I think, yeah, I think you're watching the coach here in Madrid was a level, right? It couldn't be better around the PCC. We were we knew there was lots to work on, we tried. And the scrims recently went uptick, like we played a bit better. But then again today we didn't do the learnings for the scrims, right? Talked about certain moments. Game 1, the Herald fight, for example, we just hit the Herald typically. There were multiple times we talked about defending the bushes and whatever. Maybe the pressure was there.
Right. Any closing thoughts for the European fans, for the LEC fans? You brought in Kobe, you brought a lot of vibes. I know that things were clicking between him and Razork, and it was a very fun team to watch in some. So
at least for you guys. No, it's my responsibility. I'm not gonna pretend here and say that it's my players' fault or anything. I want to thank the players, I want to thank Duff and Garx for the work. And we have to just look at the year in total and see again what we can change. To the Fnatic fans, I'm sorry. The way we dropped out, obviously, it's unacceptable for this organization. And for you fans, I mean, G2 is a good team. I think they can get out of this for sure. Quarterfinals depends on the draw, but at least that's something to look forward to.
I appreciate your honesty, Grabs. Thank you so much. A lot of strong words on the side of Grabs, hinting a lot of things as well here, but mostly a lot of responsibility that he's taking on himself.
It's the most realistic approach about talking about a team like this, right? Because the team has been together for quite some time. Obviously, the Kobe change was something that happened, but like that's a lot of ownership that you don't expect to hear from a coach, and it's honestly for me really refreshing to hear.
Yeah, I think obviously a coach with a ton of experience, talking about how there's a lot of struggles with the team. I think we can kind of see that displayed on the Rift, but shows just the hardships that a lot of teams will face at Worlds, and it is such a difficult competition, and if you're not at your best, this is what can happen.
Yeah, sending positive thoughts for the rest of the Europe, which was the thing that he mentioned here. So I want to take a last look at the schedule before
Let's do it.
we leave things for a few days, because Raz, This is the last time you have me as a friend here.
Yeah,
Starting
that's
in
true.
2 days, it is gone.
I'm going to war.
Tough.
Photoshops are going to be made. FlyQuest versus G2. No more excuses from North America or Europe side.
No.
The last time Europe has taken a win versus North America specifically was 2023. It's actually crazy. And so,
Yeah, we're due.
It's partially because not a lot of times we face off against each other. And even though I'm also counting the K-Corp loss to Team Liquid, K-Corp literally went to finals in first stand, so me cheating a little bit with that. But G2 versus Fly, Seed 1 versus Seed 1. What could be better than this?
It's a pretty big banger, you know, and the guaranteed Western team getting out of Swiss is always nice, always
true.
very optimistic. And the other two matches, pretty heated. I think, obviously, to me, Gen.G pretty favored over Top Esports. My hopes are, as a Top Esports fan, are pretty subdued. HLE against CFO, though, I think CFO definitely can challenge that. If they come in swinging, I think HLE, their form hasn't been the best at this tournament so far. So they definitely need to be on their A game if they want to take out the Flying Oysters.
And there was a tweet about, I want to say, 2 minutes ago from Quid. And he quoted the team, like Pyosik one, where he was like, God has abandoned us, but we will enjoy it. It's the Pyosik quote from when he was on Team Liquid. That is the most insane run for 100 Thieves. It's their last run as an organization in North America in League of Legends. And for their Worlds run to be HLE, T1, and then of course Top Esports, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the fact that they got that upset as well early on against BLG has just extended it to mean that their luck can be even worse because now they've drawn T1. If they win against T1, which would be absolutely crazy, and then they went into the 2-2 bracket and drew like, I mean, let's say HLE get knocked down. Well, they can't draw HLE again, but say Gen.G got knocked down, they drew them. That could be crazier. And that'd be like the worst run of, I think, of all time in Swiss.
If somehow 100 Thieves take out T1, they've evolved as a team. You might as well take the one out of it. Be 100 T1. They will basically, yeah, I don't know what to say.
You know
what?
what?
A dream.
If 100 Thieves beat T1 and then winning the 2-2 slot, just straight to the trophy after that, you know, clean route. You get through this Swiss stage, right? I think you've earned it. You've
but the last
most
Heist,
the way
the
there.
last Heist is literally the Summoner's Cup. Oh yeah. This is why we love Chris. A, he screwed his own team in Top Esports in the draw, but
I think that's the hilarious thing, is that his former team, he drew Gen.G against them. That's like the ultimate, the ultimate hit.
Yep, that happened. No, of course, I mean, we didn't have any NAU matchups, and I'm really happy that we get 4 quarterfinals.
Hey,
I think that makes it even. And you know what? That's the beauty of Worlds.
True.
Surprises.
True.
Upsets, the unexpected. Guys, thank you so much. It's been an honor being with you on the last few days. And you guys at home as well. We're going to be back in 2 days, October 22nd, with more elimination matches. So keep an eye out on LOLesports.com for the match order to be published. We'll be live at the same time, 10 a.m. CST, 1 a.m. Pacific, for more Worlds 2025. Take care, be nice to each other, and see you next time.
Okay, right. No flash catcher. Slow. His front, Pant will die. Can I? Pant no flash, okay? Slow. Best roll. That's your 1 HP. Nice done. That's your 1 HP, Pete. Slow. We win this, okay? Good friend. All of them no flash. Keep going. No flash. Dale. I go. I'm coming. Look my position, okay? I can bait them. In 4. I'll bait them. 3. I'm going to.
MCoy, stay alive at Worlds and eliminate Fnatic.
We can win. I'm combo in 2. One mirror, one combo.
2 seconds.
Okay, look out combo, okay, Lolo?
Okay. I don't have.
Lolo?
Come.
No flash, right? No, they kill this.
I can.
Yeah, Lolo? Okay, now.
Yeah, keep it.
Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Let's play here.
Guys, look hard. Look.
Okay, you want me to go. Very good. Five.
Look.
Yeah, no. Lolo, kill it. Nice!
This is Brazil! And VKS stay alive at Worlds 25!
Моя дочь жива? Благодарю тебя, благодарю тебя.
Нам приказ... Он в 10 раз больше. Скажи мне, пожалуйста, возьми меня. Значит, спасибо за ужасное.
видели тыл огромный. Ходят слухи.
Я с воинами не торгую, только с магами, ясно? Заходи еще.
Когда пойдешь по дороге в Чан, говорят, что поверь мне.
Сейчас опасность подстерегает. Я слышу, это украшение спрятано.
Мой сын? Теперь нам ничего не угрожает.
О, удача улыбнулась мне.
Сегодня удачный день. Посмотри, пожалуйста, что мы можем предложить тебе. До свидания.
Зачем меня нужно? Прости меня. Для нас...
Стой! Как могут ожить? Я не знаю, кто эта женщина.
Мы изо всех... Это ужасно! Все случилось слишком.
То, что тебе дорого, можешь оставить у меня. Заботиться о твоих вещах, как о моих собственных.
Мое оружие и доспехи подойдут и для стражи императора. Выбирай, что тебе нравится. Желаю счастья.
Приветствую тебя. Я бы хотела помочь тебе.
Терракотовые... Жаль, я думаю, не стоит.
Древнее зло.
Мавзолей, я хочу от всего сердца отблагодарить тебя за помощь.
Этот клинок со свистом рассекает воздух, даруя его владельцу гармонию. Счастливого пути!
Дверь заперта. Эту дверь невозможно открыть.
Когда-то я был генералом и Я больше не нуждался в оружии. Человек, тьма порождает все. И тай...
То, что тебе дорого, можешь оставить у меня. Пусть ветер всегда дует тебе в спину, а солнце не слепит глаза.
Рядом с горой мудрец ведет мирный.
О, замечательно! Посмотри, у нас сегодня большой выбор. Пусть тебе сопутствует удача. Я к твоим услугам. До свидания.
Возможно, если ты сможешь разобрать.
Я от всей души желаю тебе счастья.
Ну как тебе удалось? Эта тропа ведет.
Торопись. Слуга Титана уже недалеко от хозяина.
Прежде чем божественный свет
Пожалуйста. Чары лаут, зуни раз. Мне никогда не было так страшно. Я сейчас все тебе объясню. Когда просну, мы так благодарны. Тебе удалось найти нефритовый чертог? Люди сложат о тебе песнь.
То, что тебе дорого, можешь оставить у меня. Я буду заботиться о твоих вещах, как о моих собственных.
Неужели можно равнодушно пройти мимо этого посоха? А где ты еще найдешь такой браслет? Пока.
Всех благ тебе. Пусть ветер всегда дует тебе в спину, а солнце не слепит глаза.
Всего хорошего.
Пожалуйста. О, ты уже все?
Караван как память, ничего не забывает. Прощай, герой.
На востоке находится лес предков. За стенами тебя подстерегают страшно. Кажется, мне под... Видишь? Я же говорю...
Замечательно. Посмотри, у нас сегодня большой выбор. Пусть тебе сопутствует удача.